White. Wide open, Torrence! Oh, baby! Touchdown! How do you leave the best receiver in the NAIA that wide open?
You show, and that's what we do! Cat!
You're proud of me? And it's caught! Oh my goodness! Troy Torrence comes down with it!
Welcome all to Bankroll Blitz right here on Pub Sports Radio. I'm joined alongside by my co-host, Troy Torrence. The beat goes on for Troy Torrence. Another very strong week for you. 14-6 plus 7.33 units. You're running hot, man. I love to see it. How you doing, man?
I'm only thinking about going 1-0. The record looks good. I don't look at it very much. I don't like to talk about it very much. I just want to win the next game I bet.
Well, let's get right into that. We are now up 85 units as a show, but you're up 64.87. Your ROI plus 22.92%. I'm coming off a 12-12 week. I made some glaring errors.
Me too.
I made more of them. Down 1.24 units. Some situations where it was a little unjust to take an L, but mistakes on the card, which we'll go over here in a second. Shout out to all the cappers joining us. Thank you, guys. We got Strategic Investments, Luca, Omer Gaudet coming to us from France. Gerald Jones ready to get to work. It's great to see all of you guys. Aaron Gaza, Topset, Peanut, Donut Silks, Luke Burrow, Spooner, RVD 420, Zoe Cold, Curtis Berry, Robert McCormick, Sports Scientist, Jacob. Thank you guys. Nunya in the house. Great to see all of you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for supporting us here on Bankroll Blitz, Pub Sports Radio. Joey DFS, Stephen Hairston, Joshua Alexander. It's great to have all you guys. And thank you to our producer, Jose Bouquet, who works tirelessly behind the scenes. Let's get right to work. Shout out to Anthony Richardson. It's great to see you. Let's get right to work here because no buys, full 16-game card here. So we got to get right into it. Let's discuss the week that was 12-12, down 1.24 units. The Bears minus 2.5 cashed. The first half under, full game under was abysmal. The Giants, Detroit, first half over cashed, full game over cashed, and Giants team total over cashed. Unfortunately, I added the Lions minus 13 late, which we'll get into in a second. Kansas City minus 3 pushed. Kansas City double result lost, but I did cash the first half under and the full game under in Indy, Kansas City very easily. Cleveland, Las Vegas, first half over and full game over lost, and that really bothered me. I did move on the Browns plus 3.5, and we'll get into those later additions. I had the Shador party here. Nobody came, but I still had the Shador party. He was excellent, and I lost money on the game, which, that missed field goal at the end of the first half made me so angry.
Wait, are you talking about the Browns game?
Yeah.
You're talking about the punt on fourth down from the 29-yard line. If that doesn't tell you something, nothing else will. Like that, there it is right there for you. Why we're capping the market so heavily.
There was several things that bothered me there.
Oh, yeah, that's terrible beat.
The Cardinals plus 3 was a push, but Jacksonville first half
was
over.
Also a tough one to swallow.
That was tough to swallow, yes. But I did catch the first half over and full game over. New Orleans was just poorly done. Going over the statistics, I felt better about the game, a little bit better, but it was a mistake that I don't usually make. And it's, putting together a thoughtful, breakdown of why I psychologically believe the Saints are going to be like, just create when your breakdown starts sounding like art or some like you've worked on, you're going to lose that bet. You buy low, you sell high, you don't fall for recency biases, and you make money. And when you start waxing poetic about Kellen Moore first game off the bye, I should have stopped myself immediately when it sounded like some sort of monologue that you'd have done in theater school.
Hey, to your credit, to everybody in the chat, Jimmy texted me on Sunday morning, said about 5 words. He says the Saints are going to lose today. And sure enough, and I know you don't want to back out of your action or bet the other side and post that as official action, but you saw it coming. So props to you for that.
The Tampa Bay LA Rams first half over cashed. Full game over did not. Baker got hurt, and I'm okay with that. We still cashed the Rams double result. Buffalo Houston over 44 lost. That's when we went heads up. That was the only total where I haven't taken first half and full game. Had I have done that, I would have only just lost a little bit of vig because it sure looked like it was going over early, and the first half sailed over. Minnesota plus 6.5 was a mistake. I mean, we hammer the spots that go through the 6. Look, we're both on the Cleveland Browns before it went through the 6 because we thought it was going to go through the 6.
Seen it coming.
And then the Vikings plus 6.5 was sitting there all week. And for me to bet that and to not understand that that's a sign of strength. I mean, isn't it the exact same thing with the 49ers minus 7.5 or 7? I mean, these are
the Rams. Yeah.
If I'm going to bet the other side, well, then I should, get comfortable losing money because it's just a mistake to not respect what these books and what the markets are doing.
Hey, Jimmy, on Wednesday, I texted you. I said the Packers are becoming my favorite side this week, man. Ugh.
Yeah.
That one bothered me a little bit, to be honest.
It was poorly done.
Yeah, not because I was heavy on it and you were on the other side. It was because you disobeyed your own rules in doing that. Because you didn't have the market moving with you.
No, I got caught up. I got caught up in the statistics. And again, when I start studying a game for too long, I'm trying to find the way in where it should be apparent with your beginning work. When you start spending your 4th hour on a football game, you're trying to make something happen that isn't there. Detroit minus 13 was an addition that upset me. But I did take some of the glory away from that game. Cleveland plus 3.5 cash. Tennessee first half plus 7 loss. Tennessee full game plus 13 cash. 12-12 down 1.24 units. My streak of winning weeks comes to an end. It is what it is. Troy, take it away. Tell us, go over your week, and then we'll head into our big Thursday night Thanksgiving games.
Yeah, I love the Thursday night games too. I can't wait to talk about them. But for my week, I went 14-6. I started off on Thursday night extremely strong. Texans Bills under 43.5. What a way to get there on that one. The Texans first half plus 3. It almost feels like one of those two should have lost. One of those two should have lost. So I feel like I came up a unit there. Instead of breaking even, I pulled 2 units out of the mud. Dalton Schultz under 4.5 receptions is probably one of my best caps all week, and it came through very easily. He only had 4 targets. That's just market. That was probably one of my proudest pieces of work right there, just because I'm new to the prop market. I'm building a sample. So Bears minus 2.5, Bears minus 3 pushed, got the win there. That was another spot that was kind of like the Packers, where like the Vikings, essentially fading the Vikings because everybody was on the Steelers. I had a 3-team teaser with the Lions, Packers, Patriots, and a 3-team teaser with the Lions, Bears, and Chiefs. These are 2 bets that I feel very fortunate to have hit. I was almost writing them off because of the way the Giants were doing the Lions in. The worst bet I made all week, though, was David Montgomery over 47.5 rushing yards. That was trying to do what you were talking about there, trying to create something that wasn't there. The Packers and I also thought the Lions would be leading significantly in that game. So, that Montgomery bet was almost like betting the spread. That's what I should say. It was almost like betting the spread because I thought there was going to be a double-digit lead. Packers double result, Packers minus 6, and Jordan Love under 242.5 passing yards, all cashed. It felt very easy. The Jordan Love was another way to triple up on the Packers. Instead of betting the side, I bet the Jordan Love under, and he went under by over 100 yards. Bengals Patriots under 51. That was my last edition on Sunday. That got there. Chiefs minus 3 push. Chiefs double result was a loser. The Cardinals plus 3 pushed. And then I bet the Browns by betting Shadir Sanders over 157.5 passing yards. And I felt like he had to get over that number if they wanted to win because the Raiders are so good against the run. He got there. I feel like you were slighted. I feel like the side was you capped that game so well. That one frustrates me that we didn't, put that one in the W column for our combined record. The Cowboys Eagles first half under 24.5 was a loser. The full game under 48.5 was a winner. Really weird game. Eagles Lions money line was one of my losers. Puka Nacua over 87.5 was a winning bet. Rams teaser with the Cardinals was a winning bet. And then I finished up the rare 2 losses on Monday Night Football, Panthers plus 7 and Tech McMillan over 59.5. Completely fine. My handicap was wrong on that game. So I'm happy taking those L's and I'm ready to move on.
The only thing I wanted to add to that Monday night game is I mean, I do it so well in other sports, especially basketball. Bryce Young breaks the franchise record in passing yards, and then and I didn't even. I don't know what the people. Everyone's dropping in the chat. They're all on the over passing yards. We all know what happens after you have a career day. You go under your prop the next week. What 9.8 times out of 10. So I should have, at that, but I just, for whatever reason, I just didn't connect it. I guess I was so concerned with the 49ers secondary. I mean, I wasn't on his over. I would never do that after breaking a franchise record, but that was a gift to take his under.
It made so much sense, and the number was it made so much sense to bet the over. Yeah. His line was like 209.
Exactly.
It was very clear. And that's something we should definitely be looking more at some little details like that.
Oh,
that's a huge detail, man. That's a huge detail.
Shout out to our guy Aaron Gaza gifting 5 Pub Sports Radio memberships. That means a ton to us, Aaron. Thank you. Anunya, Black Steel, Sean Pulliam, Jose Perez, Galactic High getting it. That means a ton to us, Aaron. Thank you, my friend. It truly does mean a ton to have your support. AM now a PSR Gold member. Look at this. Thank you guys. That all of this means so much to us at Pub. Thank you. And the Silver and Gold members in our Discord with us, it means a ton. So thank you, Aaron. Thank you, AM. Thank you guys for supporting us here, and let's get to work. We start on Thanksgiving Thursday, 1 p.m. Eastern. If anybody's new to the show, I have in the video description the entire schedule. You can copy and paste that schedule onto a worksheet, and then you have your worksheet in the order that we'll be going through. I will also be live for every single Thanksgiving Day game all day, all night here on Pub Sports Radio. In Canada, we love American Thanksgiving more than Canadian. So we're really pumped up to watch football all day. No turkey going to be here, but I'm going to be sitting here drinking heavily and betting football. So please join us on anytime you need a break from the family. Come and join our live streams. Let's roll. Green Bay Packers, Detroit Lions. We're at Ford Field in Detroit, Michigan. Luke Burrow, thank you for the very kind comments, man. It means a ton to us. Luke Burrow, right now, our leader for the $1,000 bonus in the Harbor Acres Cottages Perfect Week bonus. 3 perfect weeks for Luke Burrow. What a monster. Thank you for the kind words, Luke. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow for our first game on the board. This total is 49. The look ahead was 48.5. It reemerged at 48. It quickly moved up to 49. That's where it stands right now, 49. I've been betting these Lions games at home in Detroit. I've been betting every over after a clear under away from Detroit. And they've been cashing every time. The sample size is small. But that's not the situation here because I just cashed the first half over, full game over, and Giants team total over. I did the same thing with the Vikings when they went into Detroit. I haven't done that here. We have the Lions opening up at -3, or the look ahead, was -3. And it started moving towards the Packers. The look ahead started getting quite juiced towards the Packers. It would go back and forth before it reemerged. Then this line reemerges. It reemerges at a very strange 3.5, quickly moves back to 3. Now we have a 2.5 juice towards the Detroit Lions at -117. I'm not surprised by this line or total. I think it's bang on. We talk about that just because it's such a 50-50 cash split in the game. And every site I've looked at too, 52% of the tickets, 52% of the cash on Green Bay. So you have Circa hanging a 3. Juice to the Packers. You have FanDuel hanging at 2.5. Circa has the same numbers as pretty much everywhere. It's 53% of the tickets and 55% of the cash on the Packers. So slightly more bets coming in on the Packers. Omar Gaudet says Lions only favored by 2.5. Says it all. I don't know exactly personally what it says. I think it just says these are pretty even football teams to me. Does it say it all to you? Troy, am I missing what it's saying?
Yeah, I think that 3 is a massive indicator of strength in favor of the Packers.
I mean, it couldn't possibly be a 3.5.
No, it couldn't possibly be a 3.5. I would say no.
So why? I mean, I don't see. What could they have possibly done with this line? I don't.
The difference between 2.5 and 3 is I guess it's.
But isn't this a 2.75 right here?
Say it again.
Isn't this a 2.75 right here?
This is 2.75, but I think it goes lower.
Yeah, I'd be very interested to see what it does. Let's get to work here. The Packers host the Bears next week, but no one's looking ahead of a Thanksgiving Day football game. The Packers passing offense ranked third, rushing offense ranked 22nd, red zone offense sixth, 65.9%. Third down offense is the best in the NFL. 49.3% of the time the Packers are converting. Their pass defense is second, rush defense 17th, red zone defense 19th, third down defense 10th, pass rush 5th. I still don't quite know what the hell the Packers defense is. And obviously they're good, but I don't know if they're great. Statistically, I don't think they are. And I don't take from a 23-6 victory at home over, statistically the worst starting quarterback in the NFL and J.J. McCarthy as much. The noise canceled score was similar to the 23-6 final score. Noise canceled score was 20-6. The Packers outgained the Vikings 288 to 145. Dougie Wise says this is a top 5 defense. I certainly thought it was, and they're ranked 5th overall in defense by Pro Football Focus.
I think for sure they're top. I would say I'd put them in the top 5, but I've done that for a long time now. And
they're ranked 5th. They're ranked 5th. So they're right there. Packers outgained the Vikings 288 to 145. Jordan Love was 14 of 21 for 139 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. I mean, they just kept, running the ball. They didn't have to. There was no tricks needed against the Vikings. Christian Watson led receivers, 5 catches, 49 yards. With Josh Jacobs out with a knee injury, Emmanuel Wilson ran 28 times for 107 yards and 2 touchdowns. That's the highest single game total by a Packer running back all year. Jacobs is questionable return this week from his knee injury. 7 of 14 on third down, 2 of 4 in the red zone. The defense was dominant. Vikings had 4 net yards in the second half, 4 net yards and 3 turnovers. The Vikings hadn't finished a half with as few as 4 yards of total offense since at least 1991. That's as far back as Sports Radar's research goes on that subject. Held the Vikings to just 10 first downs in the game, held them to 3.3 yards per play. Packers held them to 2 of 10 on third and fourth down, 0 of 1 in the red zone. The 5th-ranked pass rush was excellent, 5 sacks, 10 quarterback hits. Isaiah McDuffie, Evan Williams had interceptions. Keyshawn Nixon left with a stinger in the first half. He's listed as questionable. Edgerrin Cooper, Lucas Van Ness, Javon Bullard are all banged up after the game. They're all on the injury list. They're all listed as questionable, and they're all expected to play at this point. Josh Jacobs, cornerback Nate Hobbs, linebacker Quay Walker, and wide receiver Matthew Golden didn't play. They're all listed as questionable as well. So there's a lot of question marks around these players. We'll get a better sense on the Wednesday injury report. These Detroit Lions, they have a big game next week. So I don't think they're looking ahead, but they host the Cowboys on Thursday Night Football next week. It's going to be a massive football game. Passing offense ranked 12th, rushing offense ranked 10th, red zone offense ranked 7th, third down offense ranked 24th. They convert just 36.5% of the time. It's an average offense. I don't really look at at Pro Football Focus. I don't look like average off. Like I try to, look at different aspects of an offense rather than just looking at the totality of the offense. But it's not very good, this offense. I mean, it's certainly not bad, certainly better than average, but we all have a vividness bias of them being monsters. The reason why I've been cashing all of the overs in their football games at home is because the opposition is scoring and cashing every opposition team total over. And that is hard to quantify, Troy, because their passing defense ranked 7th, rush defense ranked 3rd, pass rush ranked 4th, third down defense ranked 9th. Their red zone defense has been a problem, but their defense statistically is much stronger than their offense, but they're allowing a lot of points at home, and they're holding teams down outdoors. Coming off their second straight underwhelming game, 34-27 overtime victory over the lowly Giants. Noise-canceled score was 37-35 Lions. The Giants outgained the Lions 517 to 494. What would that number have looked like without Jahmyr Gibbs' 60-plus yarder in overtime? Jahmyr was a monster. 15 carries for 219 yards, 2 touchdowns. That's the 3rd highest total in team history. He caught, and remember, this got Barry Sanders on this football team, or on this franchise. He caught 11 passes, 45 yards, and a touchdown. Monroe St. Brown caught 9 for 149 touchdown, 7.6 yards per play. and they still didn't look that good. It's nuts. They went 5 of 12 on third down, 2 of 4 in the red zone, but the defense looked awful. Giants put up 517 yards, 395 through the air. The Giants went 8 of 16 on third down. Now, they did manage to hold the Giants to 1 of 3 in the red zone. The 4th-ranked pass rush finished with 1 sack, did have 7 quarterback hits. Harper had an interception. But this is what we expect here, is Terry Arnold and Kirby Joseph to be back. I'm not, and that is not being confirmed. I will look into that as we go here.
I think Terry and Arnold, from what I was able to look into, I think Terry and Arnold is back, and Kirby Joseph is more questionable. But I'm not saying that he's out either.
That would make more sense. Terry Arnold was closer. Josh Pascal was a full participant at practice, so he is expected to make his season debut on Thursday. And then Marcus Davenport was a full participant at practice as well. He's still on IR, but he could be activated for this. He hasn't played since week 3 at Baltimore. Khalif Raymond listed as questionable. Topset says this is another prime time under. Well, Troy Torrence, game 1 of our Thanksgiving slate. Take it away, Packers Lions.
So, Omer is saying that Joseph got announced out today, but I'll touch on that a little bit. But the first thing I want to start with is the market, because that's what initiated my bullishness. And this is the type of game that made the entire rest of the card, difficult to handicap. Because once I opened Pandora's box and I started digging into the nuances of this game, which just so happens to be my favorite game on the card, once I opened Pandora's box, I just couldn't go back. The more I dug, the more bullish I became. So it started right with the market. Divisional road dogs, where the line moves towards them and closes between -1 and -3, are 19-9 ATS, 17-12 straight up. You can narrow it down. You get a very small sample if you look at -3 to -2.5, but it's even more bullish than the 19-9 ATS from a percentage standpoint. I mean, you could just continue to go down the card, but the sample I'm putting the most equity into is 11-4 ATS and straight up. The line movement in holiday games, Christmas and Thanksgiving alike, is 70% accurate. That's another thing that we should be considering, and something I considered in the next game. And the only reason I haven't moved on that spot quite yet. Listen, I mean, I guess I got to start it with this: is the Lions, in my opinion, are in a terrible spot. They're at home, off short rest, off an overtime game. And I was kind of talking to you about this earlier, Jim. It's not the number of snaps that is going to kill you in that situation, because you have just the same amount of time to recover and repair to go into the next week. It's the emotional fluctuations that really has the impact. You're having to come back in heroic fashion to get a win. 2 days later, not even 2 days later, probably the next day, you're in meetings, game planning for the following week. How locked in can you possibly be after coming off that type of situation? Meanwhile, the Packers, and I know this is like a traditional sell high spot after some team look very good. I happen to believe in what I've seen from the Packers so far this season, especially their defense. But that game was over in the second half. I mean, by the middle of the third quarter, I'm sure the coaching staff and the players alike were kind of moving on to the next game. And you've seen that in the play calling. You've seen that in the offensive demeanor. The Vikings had 0 red zone drives, only 2 drives in scoring range. And they scored both times. Right? The Vikings scored both times when they got in the scoring range. They had to kick a 59-yard field goal and a 52-yard field goal. Those were desperation heaves to get points on the board in a game they had no chance in. I feel like psychologically, coming out of the gate, the Packers have a ton of leverage. And if you look at the history of these teams on short weeks coming off an overtime game, it's been brutal. The Broncos were in it against the Raiders recently. That was the most recent example. I tried to find more. And I'm not a big on SDQL, but I'm sure you could find a bigger sample. But that was the most recent one. Packers. Listen, I like we talked about this a little bit pre-flop. I hammered this spot 4 ways. The public was fading the Packers. The bookies were fading the public. And I was just sitting there smiling with the action that I had placed. And it's 2 teams that have not been impressive, equally unimpressive, in my opinion, almost equally unimpressive. I'm going to make a little bit of a case for the Packers here. The Packers win 2 of the last 4 versus bad competition. They couldn't beat the Panthers. And, I mean, the rest of their wins were pretty much underwhelming. The defense, in my opinion, is truly top 5. The offense is missing explosives now because Tucker Kraft is out. You can see him kind of squealing. Now he is adjusting slightly. But the Lions winning, out of the last 4, just terrible competition. Again, barely escaped with New York, beating New York in overtime. They couldn't beat the Vikings, the same Vikings team that the Packers just put down on the floor and held down with one arm. People want to downplay the performance the Packers are coming off of, but what happened when J.J. McCarthy went marching into Detroit and beat them. And he didn't just like get lucky. Like, he beat them. Go watch the last few possessions and how he was able to convert some of those drives. I mean, the Packers are a team I talked about all season. They have the elements of a true Super Bowl contender. You have great coaching offensively and defensively with Thur and Hafley. They're solid in the trenches on both sides of the ball, and they have a quarterback in Jordan Love who I believe is one of the most talented pocket passers in the NFL. Now, I know he hasn't quite looked that way this season, and even more so more recently, but his best performances in each of his first 2 years as a starter were against Detroit. In 2024, with 112 passer rating and over 10.3 yards per attempt. And in 2023, 120, this is in Detroit, 125 passer rating, 3 touchdowns, no picks, and at 8.4 yards per attempt. He also destroys man coverage, and we know he didn't. The only time he didn't destroy man coverage is in Cleveland, but nobody destroys man coverage in Cleveland. We know that the Lions are going to run out a bunch of man coverage. He likes to attack the intermediate and deep portions of the field. And if you watch this past game, guys were running wide open down the field in the intermediate and deep portions of the field. And a lot of that was because the Lions, where was the pass rush? They pressured. So at face value, it looks good, right? They pressured Winston on 44% of his dropbacks. That's quality, right? But they had to blitz 32% of the time. That's over 50% more than their average. They had to blitz 32% of the time to achieve that 44% of pressure rate. You know, the Lions season average is 20%. They were forced to send the blitz because they were not making Jameis Winston uncomfortable at all. And he had plenty of time to deliver the ball downfield to guys running wide open. We talked a little bit about Terrion Arnold. He's a young player. We talked about it on the show. He has a ton of potential in theory, but in practice, he's put nothing on tape that would make me believe that he's the future of this defensive backfield. We see guys like that I've talked about, again, for the Ravens, like-kind players, young players, in Wiggins and Malachi Starks, who I said these young players are developing into something quality. Have you ever heard me say that about Terrion Arnold? And I backed the Lions a ton. Actually, I made a case when he went out of the game to back the Lions defense because I like the backups more. So him coming back is not part of the problem. Kirby Joseph would have been the guy who gives me the most concern. And you look at some of the defensive line pieces. I mean, look at you got Reader, you got all these defensive pieces who are basically lateral moves. Muhammad, Reader, McNeil, Pascal was actually, we'll see what he's able to do. It'll be his first game, but that guy's a dog. I'm not going to lie about that. But without Terrion Arnold coming back and performing at levels we have not seen, this secondary is still going to be in trouble. And especially with an underwhelming pass rush, which we just seen versus New York Giants. I don't know why we'd expect anything different against a better play caller in LaFleur and the DBs in man coverage. It's just not a good situation. Then you look at Jared Goff, who's having one of the worst seasons since pre-pandemic, since he was on the LA Rams. And there's a bunch of issues that are glaring to me in this spot. He's missing Ben Johnson, first and foremost. Look what Ben Johnson's able to do with the Chicago Bears. Look at the success they're having that is not being achieved in Detroit. His pressure to sack rate is spiked because his offensive line is regressing, and now the scheme is not protecting them very much. And I feel like the book is out after 2+ years of the film on how to approach this offense. I feel like guys are catching up. But the biggest thing I want to talk about with Jared Goff that I don't think I've heard anybody else say. Nobody I've heard or read had said this. We talk about Tucker Kraft having a huge impact on the Packers offense. What about Sam Laporta? What have we seen since Sam Laporta has gone out of the lineup? And if you look at Jared Goff, dating back to it, when he started with Detroit, he's always had an elite tight end. He's had Laporta, obviously, who's one of the best receiving tight ends in the NFL. And then he had TJ Hawkinson before that, who was the second most targeted receiver on the team behind St. Brown. Without Laporta, we've seen them play the Giants. Against this Giants team, they had a 46% success rate. 46%. Against Philly, they had a 31% success rate. Those are 2 games without Laporta. Green Bay, in my opinion, is much closer to what we've seen in Philly. Now you could take it back some, so we won't say 31%. Let's give them 40% success rate, right? They're going to get 40%, split the middle, maybe even make it lean a little bit towards Giants because it's indoors. It still is going to put them in a bad spot. And when you lose to Laporta, the biggest thing is not just losing the receiving tight end. The biggest thing is they can't run 12 personnel. Go look at how much of their EPA the positive part of their EPA was generated from 12 personnel. Not only is Laporta out, but the backup's questionable. I forget what his name is. Brock, I think. He's questionable, but he's not a receiving tight end. So you take away a massive, massive piece of the Lions scheme. We talked about how I believe the bookies are showing their hand, in my opinion, with the line opening 3, taking down to 2.5 pretty quickly. This is a defensive scheme I think Love can thrive against. The Packers can rush 4, stop the outside run with cloud corners and cover 2, because we know those we know Halfley loves his cover 2s. And as soon as Goff thinks he's going to be getting cloud flat defenders up from the cornerbacks, they're going to drop back and play 2 deep, and it's going to be just a completely inverted scheme. I feel like, and guess what? Goff has struggled with cover 2. That's his worst coverage to go against. So I've hammered the Packers. I'm considering adding more. I'm very confident in this position. The Packers +3 at -130. The Packers +3 at -125. That's currently available. The Packers money line at +125, and I did the Packers teaser with the Chiefs. It's a little non-traditional teaser. A few of the offshores, you get some, when you cross through 0, they'll give you an extra 5 cents. I got the Packers +9, Chiefs +3.5, -125 for a unit as well.
So that's Packers +3 -130. Packers money line +125. Green Bay, Kansas City with what?
Wait, Harold. Sewell keep Parsons in check. Is Sewell going to all of a sudden line up at left tackle? It's a pretty simple fix, don't you think? Just line up Parsons on the other side of the field.
This Sewell, a right tackle, Ratledge, a right guard, Glasgow at center, Taylor Decker at left tackle are all banged up. They're all going to play, and maybe you could say nobody's 100% at this time of year. So Packers +125. Green Bay, Kansas City is what, Troy?
+9, +3.5, -125.
So Green Bay +9, KC +3.5. And that was, -125?
Yes.
Okay. So you have 3 spots on this game. I have it all?
I have 4 spots on this game because I bet, I guess if you give me the Packers 3 -125 instead of the -130. But I did bet the +3 twice.
Okay. But yeah, for our record.
Yeah, -125, yeah.
Okay, we'll take a -125. So the way I see it, though, is the Packers are the more complete football team, resume-wise, this season.
And who has the better coaching?
I trust the Packers coaching more, but I do respect what Campbell does over there. I don't,
For sure.
And then, so I would have opened this up at Packers +2. I think that is the fair, spot here. So when I saw the 3, I took it as wow, they're looking to get Packers money. Now we all read things differently in this. The Lions optically, look terrible. I mean that the last couple of games have been horrific. The Packers.
I tried to make the same case about the Packers, and I mean, are we getting any credit with the win against the Vikings? Because if you look at the money line under this 3, 80% of bets, 80% of cash. Like, I feel you though. You're making a good case for the optics.
And so just putting it all together, I'm just not like I mean, do we not think that Lions care about what happened last year? I mean, it was so embarrassing. They got absolutely annihilated. Packers were eating turkey legs all over the stadium, pointing and laughing. I mean,
and they lost the first week of the season here. Double revenge.
Yeah, I just I don't know. I'm going to need more time on this. The last thing I want to do is, go up against somebody having the finest performance in the NFL I've ever seen. So maybe I just stay off of it. But no, it's certainly not, Dougie Wise. Certainly not. I agree with you.
And if you really look at where the numbers really start to fall off with this team, forget about the defense. I'm talking offensively is when Laporta went out, the 12 personnel, getting nothing out of it. And then I love the fact that we're going to have 2 cloud cornerbacks that can play hard flats and that can defend against the run. They're great tacklers. And you're going to that's going to really limit their ability to they're going to set the edge with the corners on outside zone. That's huge. That's a huge advantage.
With the total here in this one, Troy, do you have a feel for it at all? Because there's a whole bunch of totals that I want to hammer here. Dennis Garcia liking the under here. Top set liking the under here. We got to move on. We can't spend too much time on these games.
I agree with the under. I'm looking towards the under. I'm looking at all the profiles that I have saved here that have this line movement. That are we looking at prime time? If we're looking at holiday, all of them go under. The last time this type of matchup is popped off. Now this is a way different total, so we shouldn't even compare this. It was 13-3, 19-17, 24-9, 31-9. Unders, a lot of unders.
Whew. I got a lot of work to do still on this game. But Troy's hammered it. Packers +3, Packers money line, and Green Bay +9, KC +3.5. Teaser. Andrew G also liking the under.
I'm making asterisks on the under. I like it.
Let's move on to game 2 here. 4:30 p.m. Eastern. This one's going to be an absolute beauty. Kansas City Chiefs 6-5, 1-4 on the road at the Dallas Cowboys 5-1, 3-1 at home AT&T Stadium, Arlington, Texas. This is going to be extremely enjoyable. I cannot wait to bear witness to what happens in this football game. We have the Chiefs right now -3 at -116. The look ahead was 3.5 and quickly moved to 4.5. It did close at what did it close at? It closed at 4, and the 4 was juiced to the Chiefs. It reemerges at 3.5, drops down to 3, bounces back up to 3.5, and then 3. It's not a real 3 right now. Chiefs are -116 here. From a total standpoint, we have a 52, very high. The look-ahead total was 51. It reemerged at 52, got up to 52.5, dropped down to 51.5. Right now, it's juiced to the over 52. Cash flow-wise here, we have 52% of the tickets, 69% of the cash on the Kansas City Chiefs, 73% of tickets on the over, 90% of cash on the over. Circa hanging at 52.5. A bunch of the legal American books are hanging 52.5. Omar took Dallas and 3.5. Harold Williams leaning to the +3.5. Tell me you didn't just say that. Says I love the under here. Got the 52.5 and the 51.5. Chiefs next week host the Texans, so all focus is right here. Guillermo Zertucci says road teams favored on Thanksgiving are 25 for 26 straight up and 20 for 26 against the spread. And AM says Chiefs smash and grab. Passing offense for the Chiefs, 14th. Rushing offense, 7th. Red zone offense, 14th. They score touchdowns 59.6% of the time. And third down offense, 10th. They convert 41.6% of the time. Digging says Chiefs will have trouble without Trey Smith here, and Harold Williams liking Dallas. Pass defense for the Chiefs ranked 3rd, rush defense 12th, red zone defense 10th, and third down defense is 23rd. And the pass rush looks weaker to me every time I see them out there. Chiefs coming off an underwhelming 23-20 overtime victory over the Colts. They came back from a 29 fourth quarter deficit. It's their first win in a one-score game all year, 1-5 now. Noise canceled score was much stronger for the Chiefs, 32-18. They outgained the Colts 494 to 255. Mahomes was 29-46 for a season-high 352 yards, no touchdowns, 1 interception. Rashee Rice caught 8 passes for 141 yards. Kareem Hunt ran 30 times for 104 yards and a touchdown and caught 3 for 26. He looks like Kareem Hunt of 6 years ago. He did lose a fumble. Chiefs 14th ranked red zone offense was 1 for 6. It was abysmal. The defense held the Colts to 5 of 13 on third down, 2 of 4 in the red zone. 20th ranked pass rush, did not record a sack, did get 6 quarterback hits. Trey Smith left in that second half with an ankle injury, and tight end Noah Gray is in concussion protocol. Which takes us to the Dallas Cowboys. They have, as we talked about already, they're at the Lions on Thursday Night Football next week, but this isn't a look ahead. This is all hands on deck. Passing offense ranked 2nd in the NFL now. Rushing offense 24th. Red zone offense ranked 12th, 61.4%. Third down offense 6th, 42.6% conversion rate. It's a very good offense. And their defensive numbers are still horrific, but we see what's happened. We see the fortifications made at the trade deadline. These numbers don't really make sense. Passing defense 27th, rush defense 31st, red zone defense 30th, third down defense 32nd. I mean, they're telling you this is arguably the worst defense in the NFL. We know that's not the case right now. 14th ranked pass rush. Dennis Garcia says the KC red zone offense is a disaster. Says KC defense gets timely stops, totaled in the 50s. He wants the under. Cowboys coming off very impressive 24-21 victory at home over the defending champion Eagles in a game that saw them come back from a 21-0 deficit. It was a character-building win. The first win for Dallas when trailing by 3 touchdowns since 2014. Noise canceled score was even more impressive. 33-21 Cowboys. They outgained the Eagles 73-339. Dak went 23 of 36 for 354 yards, 2 touchdowns and a pick. And Prescott broke Romo's career franchise record for yards passing, 34,378. He also broke a tie with Romo, 25th winning drive when tied or trailing in the fourth quarter or overtime. Pickens was a beast, 9 catches for 146 yards, touchdown. Javonte Williams has impressed me all year long. I had low expectations for him. 20 carries for 87 yards, caught 2 for 14, 7 yards per play. They were just 5 of 14 on 3rd and 4th down, went 3 of 5 in the red zone, but the defense held the Eagles to 5.8 yards per play on a fast track. That's not easy. They held them to 5 of 12 on 3rd down, did allow them to go 3 of 3 in the red zone, but his new and improved pass rush finished with 1 sack, did have 6 quarterback hits, and Tyler Guyton dealing with an injury issue with his ankle. Troy Torrence, game 2 of Thanksgiving Thursday, Chiefs Cowboys.
This is a tough game for me. I backed Kansas City 2 weeks in a row, and it's not because I like to back KC. It's not because I glaze Patrick Mahomes. It's actually quite the opposite. I absolutely despise this team, but I think that the bookies are doing me a disservice by continuing to put them in the most bullish market type that I like to bet. That's the 3.5. And I even historically prefer when the line moves towards the home team. Now, that necessarily doesn't carry over to holiday primetime football, but historically this has been a very bullish market for the road team. And I know they didn't cover in this similar market either time they were in this market this season, because it was the Jaguars, which we backed them heavily in primetime. Mahomes had the turnover on the 1 yard line that went 105 yards of the way for a touchdown. Also, he had the turnover on his own 1 yard line that got win for a touchdown last week. But also, the turnover in the red zone against the Broncos, which they won the noise canceled score 25-20. The 2 noise adjusted scores, which suggested KC should have won comfortably the past 2 weeks, and they just didn't. And there's reasons why. The Chiefs keep underperforming, and I think it's because of Mahomes. His lowest completion percentage since rookie season, lowest PFF grade since his rookie season, highest turnover-worthy play rate since his sophomore season, and the lowest passer rating his entire career. The magic is starting to run out, and it's the perfect example of this is when he scrambled and turned it over in the red zone in Denver. I feel like usually those are the type of plays that it just goes his way. Somehow he's able to find somebody downfield, but he hasn't been able to do that. He's not reading coverages very smoothly. He's missing Kelsey on multiple occasions this past week, running wide open in the red area, and just couldn't hit him, couldn't see him. I don't know what the deal was. And when you've been as good as he's been, or lucky as he's been over the past 8 years, there's only one way to regress, and that's to the downside. So there is that with Kansas City. I'm really concerned about their offense, and it's like you're just on a pendulum with this team. The offense looks fantastic, then it swings back and it's starting to regress and it looks kind of sketchy. The defense looks kind of sketchy, then it starts looking great because the defense played incredible. You already touched on it. Last 4 possessions of the Colts, 3 and out. The coverage was plastered. Second, it's right now graded per PFF, second in the NFL. The run defense is improving every week. And in theory, this is a much more favorable matchup for this Chiefs offense because for this Chiefs defense, because the Cowboys offense is predicated on an air attack, an air raid style of offense, whereas the Colts, they want to be able to run the football first and foremost. The Cowboys, what are we to make of this Cowboys team and what they just did? What they did in Las Vegas was against the Raiders team that was obviously they're not looking too good. They're leaking oil. They're running on fumes. They smashed that team. The defense looked great. Then they come out against the Cowboys or against the Eagles, and they erase a 21-point deficit, get the win. I feel like the Eagles, how conservative can you actually be? And then when it's time to stick and not break your character with 2 minutes left in the game or 3 minutes left in the game on 3rd and 2, they pass the ball, they drop back the pass and get sacked. Push 2 times in a row. What's your problem? What's going on? So as soon as it's time to actually do what they've been doing, if it's been getting them wins, they turn away from it, right? They had the 2 fumbles that hurt them. The penalties made a huge difference. And it's just a performance for the Eagles that has been looming. And the Cowboys jumped on it. But the defense is what surprised me. Once again, with this Cowboys defense, they held the Eagles to a 41% success rate. I know the Philly offense has not looked very good. But the Eagles, if they're going to capitalize on every mistake that teams make, then they're going to be a really hard team to beat because the offense is good, the defense is coming along. But despite my sentiment towards this Cowboys defense, it's hard to imagine that they get a ton of stops in this game. Mahomes against heavy zone coverage will allow him to play with anticipation versus Eberflus. He's absolutely diced Eberflus up. The only time he's seen him made Eberflus's defense look like it wasn't on the field at all. And I think Spagnuolo has a much better chance against, to get stops than Eberflus does against Mahomes. Both teams in must-win situations. You got a market that's bullish towards the Chiefs. I haven't moved on it yet, but I have the teaser with the Chiefs. That might be all it is for me. But I'm leaning towards Kansas City in this game.
Why would they put a total out that the Chiefs have only eclipsed twice through 11 games? That's, 4 points higher than the Eagles game. Why would they do that?
Because there's going to be a ton of points scored in this game.
I mean, sitting at this outrageous number, every single person in our chat saying the under. Of course, it'd be the under. Why is it at a 52? 52 and a half. I mean, it's insane. And we're supposed to believe that 90% of the cash is on the over, and I can do that. This number doesn't make any sense. It's just way, way too high. If this was a 50, 49 and a half, I'd want to try and get on the under, honestly. But at this number, I'm like, what are they possibly doing here? I mean, I guess you could look at and again, we're looking at a site in Odd Logic that's saying it's 73, 90% to the over. Action says it's 87% of tickets and 89% cash on the under. We think that Action is more of a public sentiment type site. I guess you could say, well, how often have we seen the Chiefs on a fast track? This year, how often have we seen them on one? And the answer is twice, right? Just twice. We saw them on a fast track. Oh no, I guess not. I guess they haven't been. I guess that's the problem. I guess the issue is that we haven't seen them play indoors all year. So this is their first game indoors. And the difference is going to be that enormous. Is that what you think, Troy, that this is our first time seeing them indoors and seeing them on a fast track and everything will change?
Oh, it's tough to say. I think what I want to take from this is that if there's any weakness, I think the 3 and 3.5 line is strong in favor of the Chiefs. I think the 52 total, despite all the unders we've seen from the Chiefs, is telling us that they're very likely to score a ton of points in this game. I know the market is moving towards the Cowboys, so you can make the same case on that side. I think that we're going to see both offenses thrive. But if there's any weakness from this Cowboys defense, it's the secondary. And if there's any one, element that the Chiefs will be able to take advantage of, is passing the ball. That wasn't the case last week against the Colts.
Rose saying, keep in mind that the Philadelphia opened up at 52. I mean, I had that. I never saw it open more. It opened up at 50, right? That look ahead was 50, and it closed at 51. It reemerged at 51 and a half. So you're right. And then it just got hammered to the under. And I just think this number is extremely high, and it makes me very uncomfortable thinking that I have an edge on the under because it's so ludicrously high. That's all. It's just the Chiefs don't play these types of football games, but we haven't seen them indoors. All right. So I'm going to have to spend more time on it here because, but no, you're right too, Rose. You're right too. I don't know what to make of it. Dennis says that Kansas City team total under 28 is play and 28 and a half is playable. Maybe that's more of a line that is closer to making sense. But don't you agree that this 52 and a half is absolutely insane? All we've been seeing are unders in these primetime spotlight games and they put out a number that high, and then the sharp book or the sharp odds logic says everybody's hammering the over. The public thing on action says everybody's hammering the under. I mean, it's just the number's way too high. If this was a 49.5, I'd be much more inclined to try to get underneath it. When it's a number that makes no sense to me, I feel like someone's waiting around the corner to rob me.
Yeah, I agree with you there. It's the right sentiment.
So I'm going to have to Dennis's total came to 50. That's what I mean, Dennis. Yeah. 49.5 or a 50. I think that's where it should be. Either 52.5 with under in all of these spotlight games. I want to play unders. That's all I want to do is bet unders. You know that. And this one just feels okay. Your feelings on the Chiefs make me realize that I'm kind of clouded by what I've seen from the Cowboys. And the last thing I want to do is make a similar mistake as to what I made with the Saints when I really liked how they looked against the Carolina team that I don't think is awful. And so I'm going to need time here on this one. But Troy has the Chiefs plus 3.5 with the Packers plus 9. It's a teaser to start out the Thanksgiving marathon here on Pop Sports Radio. And I can't just run and hammer the under even because it makes too much sense. And when something makes too much sense, I get very uncomfortable. Let's roll on. Now, if it makes too much sense and the line is moving heavily in that direction, then I'm comfortable with that. But if it makes too much sense and the line's not moving or going slightly in the opposite direction, I get very uncomfortable. Let's roll on. Final game on Thursday, 8:20 p.m. Eastern. Cincinnati Bengals 3-8, 1-4 on the road. Baltimore Ravens 6-5, 3-3 at home. We're at M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore, Maryland. 39 Fahrenheit, clear, 12-mile-per-hour winds. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We'll start with this total. It's a 51.5. It's very high. 50.5. This look ahead was 50.5. And then it reemerged at 51.5, got 52, now back to 51.5. From a point spread perspective here, the Ravens are -7. The look ahead doesn't count because that look ahead was, I guess it counts. I guess we knew Burrow said that he was going to play on Thanksgiving. What am I saying? Because we knew on the 19th that he'd planned to play on Thanksgiving. But it quickly moved. By the time it reemerged on Sunday night, it was a 7. It got down to 6.5. So now it's a 6.5 or a 7, depending on what side that you want, and a very high total with Burrow expected to be starting at quarterback. From a cash flow standpoint, we have 71% of the tickets, 75% of the cash on the Baltimore Ravens, 52% of tickets, and 65% of cash on the under. Bengals are at the Bills next week. We talked about how tough the Bengals schedule was when Burrow was returning. Their passing offense ranked 18th. The rushing offense ranked 14th. The rushing offense has improved. Chase Brown playing much, much better. Red zone offense 10th and third down offense 13th. I'm really impressed at how well they played with Burrow out. Their defense is a real problem. Pass defense 28th. Rush defense 30th. Third down defense 31st. They allow conversions 48.6% of the time. Red zone defense 28th. They allow touchdowns 65.3% of the time. And their pass rush is 4th worst in the NFL. And it's really worse than that because Trey Hendrickson is not coming back this week from his hip injury. Bengals coming off a tough 26-20 loss at home to New England. Noise canceled score was 24-15 Patriots. And in what is expected to be his last start, now that Burrow's back, Joe Flacco was 19-37 for 183 yards, touchdown and a pick. Jamar Chase suspended 1 game for spitting, will be back. While he was gone, Andre Yoshivas caught 4 passes for 61 yards to lead receivers. T. Higgins caught 5 for 31 yards before leaving with a concussion. He's going to be in concussion protocol. T. Higgins will not be available for this football game. Chase Brown ran 19 times for 107 yards, caught 2 passes for 23 yards. Bengals were just 3 of 13 on third down, only had 1 red zone attempt, which they cashed. Defense tried to keep them in it, held the Patriots to 5 of 14 on third and fourth down and 0 of 2 in the red zone. 29th ranked pass rush was quiet yet again, 1 sack, 3 quarterback hits. Geno Stone returned an interception for a 32-yard touchdown. A running back, Taj Brooks, left with a concussion. He's in protocol, and he will not be available for this one. Marco Wilson, cornerback, right hamstring, also left the game. He's listed as questionable right now. The Baltimore Ravens, they play the Steelers. They host them next week in a huge football game. I imagine they'll be looking ahead slightly. They'll try their best not to. Passing offense ranked 24th. Rushing offense ranked 26th. This rushing, Ricard comes back and the numbers improve slightly. But the big issue here is Lamar Jackson looks hurt. He doesn't look mobile. He's not running. We'll go over that in a bit. Red zone offense ranked 30th. Third down offense ranked 19th. Their defense has not been that strong. It's becoming stronger. We talked all about it since Alohi Gilman came back and allowed Kyle Hamilton to be the weapon that he is. Pass defense ranked 10th, rush defense 19th, red zone defense 17th, third down defense 12th, and this pass rush is just going to fail to menace for the rest of the season, it looks like, ranked 28th. They're coming off their 5th straight win, 23-10 victory at home over the Jets. Noise-canceled score was just 18-16 Ravens. Jets outgained the Ravens 282-241. Ravens offense did not look good. 4.2 yards per play. Lamar was 13-23 for 153 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. He ran 7 times for 11 yards. It clearly is something, knee, ankle. Zay Flowers caught 5 for 58. Derrick Henry ran 21 times for 64 yards, 2 touchdowns. They were 2 of 11 on third down, 2 of 5 in the red zone. The defense, though, shut the Jets down. I'm not sure if that's saying much. Held them to 4-13 on third and fourth down, 1 and 2 in the red zone. Pass rush, 3 sacks, 7 quarterback hits. TJ Tampa had a pick. And one thing we are seeing, and it's going to become more important as these games become more important, but Jordan Stout is becoming a really incredible kicker. His punting was spectacular, and it's going to help. If you can win these field position battles, it's really going to help when the games become more important. So keep an eye on Jordan Stout. He looks excellent. Kyle Hamilton hobbled off the field with a foot issue. They've said it's not serious, nothing to worry about. Taven Bryan left with an injury for Baltimore. So here's another defenseman lineman, and it's going to require a stint on injured reserve. So this pass rush is getting weaker as the day goes on. Take it away for us here, Troy Torrence. We have the Bengals at Ravens on Thanksgiving Thursday night.
This is also a game that I like it. I like it. So you got, first of all, let's start with the market. We have a line opening 7.5. It's down to 7. It's heading lower. I think that the market knows that Joe Burrow's playing in this game. So the fact that I don't believe that all of this line movement, maybe some of it is getting confirmation that Burrow's going to be in the game, but I feel like a lot of it is natural. And who knows where this might head and what might happen with my action if we start dipping below the 6, which I don't think is likely. But historically, it wouldn't have to be that way. Road teams that open between -7.5 and -9 in division, and the market moves towards the road team are 9-1 ATS, 5-5 straight up, 7-3 to the under. So these road dogs in this spot have been profitable. Even closing above the 6 is a profitable sample that is 50-50 on the money line. And that only gets amplified if the total is greater than 43.5. And it gets even more amplified if the total is greater than 46.5, where the road teams are winning outright more than half the time. The Ravens are coming off a game. This is a Ravens team now, mind you, that I've been extremely perpetually bullish on all season long. And I backed them and backed them and backed them. When Lamar got back in the lineup, I backed them 3 games in a row and cashed all of them. I didn't back them last game. And I didn't watch the Ravens-Jets game, but I see the noise-adjusted score was 18-16 despite the 13-point victory. And I was shocked when I started digging into the actual numbers from the game. The Jets held the Ravens to a 35% success rate. The Jets? I mean, that's truly shocking when you take out Quinnen Williams, you take out Sauce Gardner. The Ravens only ran the ball for 2.9 yards per carry. Lamar Jackson only pressured on 25% of his dropbacks, and he still put up a 61 PFF grade, 56% completion rate. I mean, that's terrible. Something is fundamentally wrong with this offense. 3 consecutive weeks of proof that the offense is not the same. Was it a letdown spot? I don't know. I feel like it was a perfect spot last week for the Ravens to get right and absolutely put an offensive beat down on a team. And couldn't get anything farther from that. And I know the Ravens defenses looked much better, but what type of offenses have they seen? The Jets with the backup quarterback, no vertical threats. The Browns with bottom 3 offense in the NFL, especially with Dylan Gabriel, who had no vertical threats down the field. The Vikings, who had the worst quarterback in NFL history, if you look at EPA per play, and the Dolphins, who ran into some bad variance with fumbles and some turnovers early in that game. They haven't seen an elite passing attack for over a month. I feel like they're going to get a contrast effect with Joe Burrow, who I don't think he's going to step in and look great, but he adds a lot more elements to a successful offense than does Joe Flacco because he's mobile. He could avoid pressure, he could avoid sacks. And also, the Ravens pass rush, are we really going to count on that? to do damage against Joe Burrow and this offensive line, who's actually been pass blocking much better. And if we look at the Bengals defense, I mean, I've called it one of the worst defenses I've ever seen. Well, they quietly put together 2 solid performances in back-to-back game. And now that's solid relative to what they have been prior to that. They held the Patriots to a 45% success rate, 5 for 13 on third down, and 0-2 in the red zone. Pretty damn impressive. They hold the Steelers to 43% success rate, 7 for 13 on third down with some timely third down stops, only 5.7 yards per play. I feel like we've seen this defense take 2 steps forward. I'm not saying they're going to be a great defense, but when you're looking at a 7-point spread, you don't have to be a great defense to cover this spread, especially if the offense for the Ravens is not who they've been for the past 3 years, which right now, it sucks to say this because I'm heavily invested in the Ravens' futures, but it's not looking good for the Ravens right now. With Joe Burrow returning, the pocket presence, the mobility, the team camaraderie and belief in their ability to win. 2 of the a very dynamic passing option. I know you take out T. Higgins, Yossi Voss is pretty good, but Chase is still the best receiver they have. And they have a running back who I think he has some home run ability. I don't think they're going to be able to run the ball very well, but it'll be maybe they could break one off. I feel like the market's bullish on the Bengals. You got Joe Burrow returning. It's not a spot that in theory, that I want to back. It might be a public spot. I get it. You don't want to back the superhero in his first game back. I understand that. But this Ravens team has been anemic in spite of their success. 3 consecutive noise canceled scores were unfavorable. The Ravens defense in a contrast spot. They're getting a very tough, different style of offense. I mean, I think we're going to get an all-in Super Bowl rah-rah spot from the Bengals. I backed the Ravens last year as well in a similar market. I backed the Bengals at the Ravens in a very similar market where the spread opened at 6.5, 7, closed at -6. Some books closed 5.5. The Ravens won 35-34, but the Bengals should have won that game. I think this line is heading lower, and I think the Bengals. I think they could shock the world in this game and get the outright win. I'm on the Bengals +7, -108.
I mean, you make so many great points. My uncomfort was that people are watching the Ravens scuffle, and they're going to want to back this storyline.
Yeah, it's going to be public. The Bengals are going to be public. And
that doesn't mean that it doesn't cash, but that's just it just screamed they're going to get a ton of Bengals money here. This is the total that I do think does make sense, that it opened up at this number. And if we remember this game last year, it was absolutely nuts.
Do you want the under in this game? Because I
want the under bad in this one.
Yeah, I'm interested.
This one, I'm comfortable moving on the under. I also, because even when Burrow is now, last year is a bad example, but the Ravens could go score for score with any team in the world last year. They can't this year. And I don't think it comes out as a, remember what was the final score last year? 37-34 in overtime?
35-34.
35-34. And then the Bengals have been playing such high-scoring games, but I agree with you that the defense has looked better the last 2 weeks.
And honestly, the only time this game has gone under in the past in this market history has been when the total is under 41. All the high totals went soaring over, except for one, actually. Except for one. It was a Patriots-Bills game this year.
Yes, this one, but the number is extremely appealing in both the Chiefs-Cowboys game and the Bengals-Ravens game.
Is this market moving towards the under?
It is, and it's going to keep moving. This one's going to keep moving. I can't believe the Cowboys-Chiefs is 52.5.
Hold on. This is ridiculous. This total shocking, man. This is still, because this is where what you talk about, the statistical profile of the Bengals and the Ravens, for that matter, would be lining up for the over. Right, but that's not what we think these teams are. I'm thinking the under. This is the best under bet, in my opinion.
It's certainly the best on Thursday. I've already bet what I think is the best one on Sunday, which is the only one I've already bet.
Yeah. flaunting that in my face right now. Feels. I know you're not.
Oh, I don't mean that. I just think that I think it's the. I mean, it's only what's the one I sent you. It's the only one I bet so far, but we'll get into that here shortly. Troy on the Bengals +7 to -108. Look, I don't feel like that's a mistake by any means. I just don't understand why the number is so big with Burrow coming back. The Bengals have been playing good. They've been playing solid. I mean, forget that one game in Pittsburgh. If you can put a line through that, which is not easy to do. I want unders in this one. I want unders. And also, is Joe going to be just magic coming back right away?
I mean, in the past, we have not seen him be magic coming out of the gates to start his season. Now, this is a little bit different. He's coming back from an injury, but we know that Joe Burrow likes to start slow. He has no chance that, there's no starting slow if you want to make a playoffs with the record they got. So it's hard to tell. I don't think he's going to come back. I think he's going to come back and be as good or better than Flacco. And I think that's reflected in the line.
Yeah, no, I'm right with you. That is our Thursday night action. So clearly, I still have quite a bit of work to do because we will be live for all 3 of our Thursday games. Troy on Thursdays on the Packers +3, Packers +125, Packers +9, and KC +3.5 -125. I've not moved on that one yet. Then in game 2 here, God, and I'm not like, why would I step in against you on a breakdown? It just doesn't make sense. I think you either ride with Troy or you stay off, unless you have conviction, and I don't have that yet. Chiefs Cowboys at this point, I just can't fathom why the total's so high, and it makes me uncomfortable. You're using it as a teaser piece, but we haven't moved on that one. And then Bengals +7 for Troy, and I'm going to be moving on unders in Bengals Ravens first half full game unders. And Bengals Ravens. Let's roll here. I don't have it nearly that cold, Coin. I have it 39 Fahrenheit. I wish it was 30 Fahrenheit, or I would have already bet the under. I have it as a little warmer. Let's roll on to Friday's game. Now, Friday, I almost bet this already, but there's so many question marks around the Bears injury front.
Yes.
That I was like, you know what? You don't need to rush into this stuff. And if the number leaves you behind, then you stay off the game. There's 16 to attack. Sports scientist Jacob on the over 44 here in this one, and I want the other side. 42 Fahrenheit, mostly cloudy and heavy winds, 16 mile per hour winds, which is a great situation, I think, with the Bears and Eagles, because it'll force them to move the ball on the ground, and it's something that the Eagles want to do, and it's something at times the Bears want to do. I guess this would set up for Caleb Williams rush prop. I'm not someone who bets those, but I will write it down to see if I so want to pull the trigger there.
That is actually very, very, very interesting. It's going to come down to what they have Nakobe Dean doing. Who's going to spy Caleb Williams?
Yeah.
Is it going to be Kobe or is it going to be Bond?
It's going to be a great game. We're still deciding what we're doing Friday here. Jose and I are still talking about, what the plan is. We'll let you guys know. But let's talk about the spot. Lincoln Financial Field, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow here. Oh, that's not it. Sorry. What the hell did I do with it?
Wait.
Okay, sorry. Here we go. We have the Philadelphia Eagles -7, -105. Open up -7, or the look ahead, excuse me, was -7, -110. It reemerged at that 7 at -107. It's moved 2 cents towards the Bears at this number. The number really is very interesting. It's way too big of a line. And when I see a line that's too big, as you guys know, I don't think, oh, that's value there. I think that someone's going to try to rob me. And this is the Bears at 7. I mean, obviously they're like, well, a possibility is they're like, how do we get Bears action in this game? Well, we have to put it a big enough number. This totals of 44.5 here. It opened up, or the look ahead was 45. And within the look ahead, it dropped down to 43.5, got back to 44. This been bouncing all over the place. It moved to 44.5 yesterday. From a cash flow standpoint here, we have 74% of tickets and 85% of cash on the Philadelphia Eagles. It's a surprising number. It's a very public spot. And then when you look at a different site like the Action Network, they tell a different story. 54% of the tickets and 46% of the cash on the Philadelphia Eagles. From a total standpoint, we have 53% of the tickets on the under and 83% of the cash. And I would like to be on this under if I can have some sense of the injury outlook. If you could look at the latest info on the Bears injury front right now, we'll stop after the Bears breakdown and go into it because it's tricky. Also, the Bears have the Packers on deck in Green Bay. A huge game for them. The Bears are 8-3. 8-3 here as 7-point dogs. Passing offense ranked 15th, rushing offense ranked 6th, red zone offense 16th, third down offense 8th. Their defense has been a problem this year, and it's too bad because if they were healthy, the defense would be really strong. Passing defense ranked 22nd, rush defense 25th, red zone defense ranked 26th, third down defense ranked 11th, pass rush ranked 25th. Bears coming off a wild 31-28 victory at home over the Steelers. The NFC North leading Bears. God, when have we said that? What is it, 1985? They won for the 8th time in 9 games. Noise canceled score was just 24-22 Bears. Caleb Williams, 19-35 for 239 yards, 3 touchdowns. Say what you want about his choice of nail decorations, but he's turning into a leader. Everybody's seeing it. He ran 4 times for 21 yards. He was strip sacked by TJ Watt in the end zone. Herbig recovered it for a touchdown. Didn't phase him for a second. Didn't phase me for a second. I immediately bet the plus 4.5, and that was a very easy casher. DJ Moore led receivers of 5 catches for 64 yards and 2 touchdowns. DeAndre Swift struggled, 15 yards on 8 carries, and he lost a fumble. I don't trust Swift. The Bears were 8 of 14 on 3rd and 4th down, but a perfect 3 for 3 in the red zone. But the defense, that's the issue. They're battling just a litany of injuries. The defense bent but didn't break. Steelers were 8 of 14 on 3rd down, but just 1 of 3 on 4th down. The Bears did allow the Steelers to go perfect 3 for 3 in the red zone. They've been so good in the red zone this year. Montez Sweat finished with both of the team's sacks, but the pass rush was not very good. 2 sacks, 4 quarterback hits. Deshaun Wright had an interception. More injuries. Their linebacker, well, the main one to me was Tyreek Stevenson leaving the game with the hip injury. Now, is Jalen Johnson and Kyler Gordon going to be back for this one? And what about linebackers Noah Sewell and TJ Edwards? I mean, we have 4 crucial pieces of the pie here. And then Dominique Robinson, a defensive lineman, entered concussion protocol in the 4th quarter, so he won't make it out in time. What are your thoughts on Jalen Johnson, Kyler Gardner, Noah Sewell, or TJ Edwards? Will any of them be back? Do you expect any of them to be back?
I mean, so after, working with my pops and looking in slightly myself, I believe we're going to see 1 or 2 of both sides, both the linebacker group and the secondary. We're either going to get TJ Edwards and Noah Sewell or one of them. And I think we get one of the two in the secondary. I actually think it'll be Jalen Johnson. And when I would actually prefer Kyler Gordon in this spot because of run defense and what he's able to do from the nickel. But yeah, I do think we get some guys back on the Bears defense.
So sports scientist Jacob says he knows this game isn't over. He says nobody will want to bet it. Well, it's a very low number, but it says no one will want to bet. Bears are averaging 30.3 points last 5 games, and Eagles will be able to move the ball. I don't know. See, the way I see this with the 16-mile-per-hour winds, Troy, is that the Bears are going to have to focus on this sixth-ranked rushing offense, which I don't believe is near that. But it is statistically that. And they're going to have to go into the teeth of the Eagles' 7th-ranked rush defense. And that, I think, is why the spread is the way it is. Let's talk about the Eagles here. Passing offense ranked 6th. Rushing offense 23rd. Red zone offense 1st. 77.8% they cash touchdowns. Third down offense 27th. 34.6% conversion rate. Then pass defense 18th, rush defense 7th, red zone defense 3rd, third down defense 22nd, their 8th ranked pass rush here.
Why?
The Eagles had their 4-game winning streak snapped in a 24-21 loss to the Cowboys on Sunday night. Philly lost with a lead of at least 21 points for the first time since 1999. Noise canceled score was 33-21 Cowboys. Eagles were up 21-0 before allowing 24 unanswered. Hurts was 27-39 for 289 and a touchdown. He also led a very quiet rushing attack with 33 yards from 7 carries and 2 touchdowns. Saquon ran 10 times for 22 yards. He did catch 7 passes for 52 yards and had that very costly fumble in the 4th quarter. That was his first fumble of the year. A.J. Brown led receivers with 8 catches for 110 yards and a touchdown. Devontae Smith caught 6 for 89. Xavier Gipson also lost a fumble. Eagles were 5 of 12 on third down and a perfect 3 of 3 in the red zone. The defense couldn't get stops with the game on the line. The Cowboys put up 473 yards and 7 yards per play. Cowboys were 5 of 12 on third down, 3 of 5 in the red zone. The pass rush finished with 1 sack and 6 quarterback hits. Reed Blankenship had an interception before leaving with a thigh injury. It is unclear if he's going to be able to play. We know that Andrew Makuba is not going to be able to play. He's undergoing surgery after he fractured his ankle in the 24-21 loss. Lane Johnson is inactive. Do we think he will be back? If he's not back, I do think that helps the under. If he's back, it helps the over. And Adoree Jackson, will he make it out of concussion protocol? The thought is that he won't in time. Take it away for us here, Troy Torrence, our Friday special Bears-Eagles.
I just don't agree that how about missing a starting cornerback, one of the best deep coverage safeties. Yeah, I look at Reed Blankenship, and I think he's more of a box type of player. He sits in the quarter zone, and he's usually on the short side of the field, which means he's fitting the run for the most part. And he's done a good job at doing that, especially lately. He started off really bad, but his coverage grade is 34. He's one of the worst rated coverage safeties in the NFL. And Adoree Jackson, he's 107 out of 110. He's been awful this season. And luckily, these two players have Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, who I think are two of the better defenders in the NFL in terms of secondary. But I don't know. I see a pretty healthy defense. I see Nakobe Dean. He also has a rating that I don't necessarily agree with. I don't agree with Reed Blankenship's PFF grade either. But Adoree Jackson, I have to say, he's the weak link here. And I would want Reed Blankenship in this game. He definitely matters. But you want one quality. I mean, you don't want to lose your best outside cornerback. They got their best outside cornerback. You don't want to lose anybody on the defensive line. You didn't lose anybody on the defensive line here. I still think we're looking at a pretty healthy Eagles defense because, Vic Fangio's scheme is still going to be able to be executed without those two players if they did not play. And like I said when we capped the Cowboys game, the conservatism from this team came back to bite them. I cannot believe they broke character when it mattered most, when it absolutely mattered the most. On 3rd and 2 with 2 minutes left, they passed the football and took a sack. I just couldn't believe it. And, just a performance that's, like I said, it's been looming. They've been winning 3 of the last 4 games by 1 score. 2 of the wins, they scored less than 17 points. It's an unsustainable approach from this Eagles team, and it makes it really hard to back them. And now that they're in what I would consider like a bounce back situation, Super Bowl champs coming off an embarrassing divisional loss on prime time, laying a full touchdown to an 8-3 football team. Another market that's reminiscent of the Rams, Bucks, 49ers, Cardinals. Only thing is we could expect this line to continue moving towards the Bears because I think we do get some of those defensive pieces back. So what does that mean? I just talked about a market that's very similar where I expect the team like the Ravens to close between 6 and 7 after the market move towards the road team. Well, it's a lot different when you're talking about in division and out of division. It's drastically different. It's one of the reasons why I built the database, and it's something I've taken advantage of all season long. Is the difference between division and non-divisional markets. In division, now it's a little bit different of a price range. In division, the home team or the road team is extremely successful, but in non-division football games, the home team is 16-4 ATS, despite the line moving away from them, despite it moving through the 7. 18-3 straight up, 12-7 to the over. I do see some over trends to back up what sports scientist Jacob is preaching in the chat. And I do believe this line continues to move. And honestly, my plan is kind of currently wait for the defensive players to be announced in and move. That was my plan. And then I started capping this Bears team, and it just made it pretty damn hard. I know they're in the ultimate sell high spot, coming off 4 consecutive wins against pretty underwhelming opponents. But it gets kind of tricky because the composition of the Bears profile is, we got to sell them high. They've been overperforming. They've been squeaking out these wins. All these 6 of the 8 wins coming by less than a touchdown on the final possession of the game. But there are a number of elements where I'm like, I think that this, I don't want to say sustainable at 8-3, but I'm saying that the success is more sustainable than it's not completely fraudulent. I hear a lot of people, a lot of talking heads in this industry talking about how the Bears are completely fraudulent. And I disagree. I think Ben Johnson is the driving force behind this team right now and behind this offense. Certainly, he's by far one of the most elite play callers in the league. I'm going to put him in the top 5, but I would put him in the top 3 personally. His run blocking schemes are second to none. I feel like he has the best, most unique, pioneering new ways to block up, outside, inside zone, ISO concepts, everything. Split zone is amazing, and the way he uses it is incredible. And he also has the approval and buy-in from the roster. It's unconditional respect. You can see it. He demands it. He commands it. And he doesn't have to demand it because it just naturally flows that way. Caleb Williams and his damn painted nails. I can't believe I'm starting to come around to this guy and warm up to him. Under Ben Johnson, you could see every single week there's something new that he adds to his game, or there's a stepping stone that he hits. And he continues to hit new stepping stones and new heights, in my opinion. He's starting to conquer playing from under center. Conquer it. The third highest usage of under center behind the Lions and Rams, two other teams that used high rates of under center. And look at the Lions or Ben Johnson's old football team, so that would make sense. And the Rams had the other best offensive coordinator in the league. All three of his touchdown passes were from under center. We're watching him completely sell play action with his back to the defense and come up firing, and not just like throwing piss missiles 30 yards down the field. Very few quarterbacks can do that in the league. Convincingly sell the play action back to their defense, unconcerned, sucking everyone in the front seven in and leaving wide open holes. And why is that? It's because the run game has been working. And I don't know if that's going to be here this game. He misses throws. I'll give it to you. Caleb Williams, he misses throws. But, he's apparently missing less reads each and every week. He still misses throws, but he's actually making much better reads. He's calmer in the pocket. He's not turning the ball over. And it certainly helps that he's surrounded by weapons and Ben Johnson. So I look at this Bears offense, and I don't think what we're seeing is fraudulent. The defense, however, they allowed a 55% success rate. This is not a good down-to-down Bears defense with the personnel they currently have and with the injuries that they're currently sustaining. That's why it matters who's in and who's out of this lineup. What does the injury front look like? Who's coming back? Who's not? Because it matters. Like, it really does matter in this matchup. Dennis Allen, and this is where I get confused and why I haven't bet on this game. Dennis Allen wants to play man coverage. Talk about it every week. Now he's kind of shifted away from that. He started to play way more zone. He started to use fire zone, a zone blitz essentially, with stunts on the defensive line to create pressure. He knows he needs to create splash plays. He has guys like Nashawn Wright with that interception with incredible coverage and high pointing the football. He's done that multiple times, almost did it 2 times last game. That's not a fraudulent defensive play. Nashawn Wright is making plays on the football that many corners cannot make in the NFL. And these are not pour and throw passes. These are not passes like J.C. Horn picked off last night that was just thrown into the breadbasket. He's going up and making these plays. I feel like when the Bears return to full strength, the defense is going to be well positioned. I like what Dennis Allen is doing after watching what was going on in the first few weeks with his injuries. He changed course. Now with guys potentially coming back, I don't know what to expect. If they're going to play man coverage, I don't like it because I know Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown will destroy man coverage. Destroy it. So I think the Eagles, this handicap hasn't changed in my opinion. The offense is stagnant, almost anemic. They can't run the ball effectively. They're way too conservative. They play calling. The sequencing is some of the worst I've seen in the league. No motion. Only a 41% success rate against the Cowboys defense. It's not good. And then on the opposite side, the defense, I'm not going to glaze Fangio like some people are calling out in the chat, but this is one of the most elite defenses in the NFL, top 5 for sure. I want to sell the Bears high. This is a game where if Dennis Allen's going to play man-to-man, I think the Eagles' offense can thrive. The Bears allow a high success rate. I expect them to move the ball. I expect them to be pissed off. And I feel like the market environment, despite the line moving away from us, is favorable for the Eagles. I'm looking towards the Eagles in this matchup. And there's probably 0% chance I flip and start to want to back the Bears unless we see this cross through 6.
Yeah, no, I hear that. And at this point, we've only seen one team cross through the 6, and we'll get to that shortly. I can get off the under. I don't need it now. When we talk about 16-mile-per-hour winds, gusts like 20, 22, 23, if this game is played mostly on the ground, do you still see an avenue for it to go over?
I don't think this game's going to go over. I think we're going to see very conservative play calling, and if you want to beat Fangio, you're going to have to do it death by a million cuts. You're going to have to hit him short. You're going to have to hit him sweet. You're not going to be able to run the ball very effectively, but you're going to have to run the football. You're going to have to, like, I don't see a path for this over, to be honest. I think this game's going under. It's just, and I have some numbers that would back that up. Now I do have some contrary numbers, so it's not all sunshine and rainbows with the market history and the total going under. But the profiles that I value the most are leaning under.
I mean, I was planning on the under. Hearing Jacob so bullish with such conviction on the over, and Omar agreeing just kind of threw me for a bit of a loop. Excuse me. I think the Eagles double result is in play.
This is actually if this line ticks below the 44.5 and closes 43.5, 43, I'll be on the under. That's when I'll move.
When you were saying that you were waiting for the Bears to get defenders back, you meant they get defenders back, the line moves slightly to the Bears, and then you take the Eagles?
Yeah, right. I'm hoping this line gets maybe 6.5. Maybe if I could buy a 6, I'm in the business of buying 3s and 6s. I'm not buying any other number.
Okay. Well, my plan was to move on unders, and I don't know, after hearing Jacob and Omer, that if I have the conviction, we'll figure that out tonight. I do like the Eagles here. I think that this number is very high. I do, though, agree with you. If the Bears get some of these pieces back, we'll get a better number, and we should probably wait. But this is popping off Friday, so it's not long from now. So that's where I stand right now with the Eagles double result, the unders. Andrew G saying the Eagles are angry. I agree with that.
Okay, Eagles double result. That's worth it. That's worth it right now. Yeah, I'm just going to think about it. Because there's other ways you could play it. You could play the money line parlay. I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to be on the Eagles. I just don't know how, unless we start seeing a 6 heavy, start juicing. Then I'm out.
Yeah, no, that's true. So I'm not going to bet this tonight unless I do have the conviction to move on the unders tonight, because if the defensive fortifications come in for the Bears, it probably drops a tick, a half point.
Probably more. I think it drops below the 44.
That is our Friday night action at the link. Bears, Eagles. A big shout out to AEOD and to the Goracle for the donos. Thank you so much. And again, to Aaron Gaza gifting 5 Pop Sports Radio memberships means a ton to us. Let's roll on. That is Thursday, Friday action. We move to Sunday, November 30th, 1 p.m. Eastern. 49ers at Cleveland Browns, Huntington Bank Field in Cleveland, Ohio. And I was fortunate. I mean, others got a better line than me, but I was pretty fortunate to get in this morning on this game. This is the only game I bet pre-show. I bet it 3 ways, and I really like it. Now, I was already drinking the Shadur juice before he stepped up, and this is a real strange spot for the 49ers here, because the conditions are going to be lousy. By the time the game starts, it's supposed to have stopped snowing and it's supposed to have started to rain. But it's no rain throughout the day. It's 19-mile-per-hour winds. And the 49ers get to go to Cancun after this. It's a tricky spot for your head to be right, to go into the worst possible conditions for a football game and then know that you're going on a vacation afterwards.
And when have the 49ers played outdoors recently? Played in bad weather or not on the West Coast, they haven't.
They have. It's been pretty nice conditions for them. So I moved on 3 ways. I moved Browns +6. I moved on the first half under 20.5. I got that minus 125. When I looked 3 hours later, it was an 18.5. Now that was juiced to the over. And I got the full game under 40. And again, when I looked 2 hours later, this was a 38. I mean, this is the best spot on the board. I also bet more than a unit on these bets as well. I was sitting there going, good God, this is heaven. This is the best spot possible. And so, especially with the bye week on deck, and you've had all these defensive parts who are playing more than their skill set. They're stepping up with all the injuries. The 49ers have shown so much character. We see sometimes character go to die the week before a bye week. And then I don't want to use the Chargers as an example, but certainly they were playing over their head. Then they had a game in Jacksonville before their bye, and they looked horrific. So these are the three spots for me. Browns +6, and then the first half under 20.5, full game under 40. Let's talk about the line history here for this one and the cash flow. Line history-wise, we'll start with this total. I got the total up. It's a 38 juice to the under. I see a very sharp book at a 37.5. It's wild. I got it at 40 this morning at about, 9 a.m. or so. But this was a 40. This was a 40.5 yesterday morning. This was a 41.5 on Sunday night. The look ahead was 41.5, but it did reemerge as a 41.5 again. And then even this morning, this didn't move. This moved 3 cents at 10 a.m. and then it was at 10:40 a.m. that this moved 1.5 points. And then again at 1 p.m. it moved 5 cents more. So it's a big move to the under, and I think it continues to move. And you know what? Maybe Troy can touch on the idea of moving on it now at this number. I mean, you probably just need to be over the 38, really.
The 37 is probably where the Mason-Dixon is.
We now have Cleveland blowing through the 6. I had two guys I'm in the comedy industry with for years and years that, they asked, what's the one thing? What's the one thing I can look for in NFL? And I said, the one thing is if the dog goes through the 6. That's the one thing you can look for. And they both messaged me saying, this is it, right? This is it. Yeah. And it was great, to see them Wad looking for it each week. Now we're at a 5. Look ahead with 6.5. Reemerge 6.5. We're now at a 5. And again, I got the 6 this morning. Let's take a look at the cash flow here. Cash flow wise for this spot, we have 65% of the tickets, 63% of the cash on the Cleveland Browns, 79% of the tickets, and 89% of the cash on the under. The 49ers are down to a 4.5 at DraftKings.
Wow.
They're down to a 4.5 at ESPN Bet as well. Circus still hanging the 5.5. Superbook is hanging a 37.5. So this is all going well. I could feel like we could go out for dinner now. I think we're going to get paid here. Luke Burrow says Troy gave us out at +6.5. Browns on the Discord. Says if you want key numbers and CLV, you need to silver up. Love that, Luke, my man. So let's roll. San Francisco 49ers again. Bye next week. Their passing offense. And thank you for the dono, Luke. Thank you for the support, man. God, I want you to cash that $1,000 bonus, Luke, and then come down to Pabapalooza and celebrate. Passing offense ranked 10th for the Niners. Rushing offense 25th. Sure looked a lot better with Purdy at quarterback than it does with Mac Jones at quarterback. The rushing offense. Red zone offense ranked 9th, 62.8%. Third down offense is the second best in the National Football League at 46.4%. CMC, a big reason for that. And you got weapons. Pass defense ranked 23rd. Rush defense ranked 26th. Red zone defense 12th. Third down defense 18th. Pass rush ranked 27th. It's too bad that they got decimated by injuries. The 49ers are on a short week after an underwhelming 29 victory at home over the Panthers on Monday night. This is such a terrible spot, man. Short week on the road in horrible conditions, and you get to go to Cancun afterwards. I don't know how their head's going to be in this. Noise cancel score is 19-10. Brock Purdy, 23 of 32, 193 yards, touchdown, 3 interceptions. So his second start back from the toe injury doesn't look good. He'll find his way. Kittle led receivers with 6 catches for 78 yards. McCaffrey had 24 carries for 89 yards and a touchdown, caught 7 for 53. Offense was 9 of 15 on 3rd and 4th down and 2 of 3 in the red zone. It looks very good. But just over 4 yards per play. The defense was strong throughout, held the Panthers to 1 of 7 on 3rd down and 0 of 2 in the red zone. This is an injury-riddled pass rush, and they look bad. 1 sack, 3 quarterback hits. Jair Brown did have 2 picks. And we lose another defensive end, and Sam Okwuegbunam. That's it. Okwuegbunam. God damn it. It's hard when you look at the spelling. Sam Okwuegbunam left in the second half and didn't return. They didn't have defensive end Robert Beal, linebacker Tatum Bethune, and kicker Eddie Pinheiro. They picked up Matt Gay, who was cut from the Commanders over the Commanders bye week. Let's talk about these Cleveland Browns. They host the Titans next, so they get back-to-back home games. back-to-back home games. They were in Vegas last week. Passing offense is the worst in the league. It won't get that much better with Shedeur, but it has some hope. Rushing offense, 28th. That will improve a bit because there should be some concern that Shedeur will throw the ball. Red zone offense, 21st to 53.6%. Third down offense, 30th to 31.2%. They haven't even confirmed that Shedeur is going to start. So, I mean, it would break my heart, but it is possible.
Oh, I would not like that. I would
not like it. But he's not confirmed. If Gabriel comes back from concussion, you don't lose your job because of an injury. Okay, they have. Okay, this morning I was reading that there was no confirmation yet. Okay, good. So Shedeur is starting. Okay, thank you guys. Passing offense, as I said, terrible. I hope that this steps up in a big way. I bet it as if he was starting, W-wise. I just didn't get a confirmation this morning. This is the number one rush defense in the league, number one pass rush in the league. Red zone defense ranked 7th, too. Their third down defense ranked 3rd. Londo is on San Francisco -5 with confidence. Yeah, you're running hot, Londo. Trust yourself, man, and go get that cash. The Shedeur party has begun. Browns coming off a 24-10 victory at Las Vegas. Noise cancel score was a little closer, 17-14. Sanders was 11-20 for 209 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. He ended a 17-game losing streak by Cleveland quarterbacks making their first start. A fellow rookie, Dylan Sampson, caught 2 passes for 59 yards. Sanders' first touchdown pass. He also ran 7 times for 23 yards. Quinshon Judkins ran 16 times for 47 yards, 2 touchdowns. The Jerry Jeudy fumble, I mean, it's egregious.
My God.
I don't know how he can. I mean, you're just breaking so many rules at that point. The offense put up 5.6 yards per play. They were 3-12 on third down, but went 2-3 in the red zone. The defense was excellent. This number one ranked pass rush was a menace all day. They finished with 10 sacks and 20 quarterback hits. One thing that hasn't been hurt for the Niners is their offensive line. It's still really strong. Myles Garrett had 3 more sacks. Now it's 18 sacks this season to break his franchise record of 16 that he's had twice. 6 games left. He needs 5 sacks to break the NFL record at 22.5 by Strahan in 2001 and TJ Watt in 2021. 14 sacks over the past 5 games. Troy, that's the most in a 5-game span since sacks became an official statistic in 1982. That's what he's doing. He also had 2 forced fumbles, 4 tackles for a loss, 6 quarterback hits. Held the Raiders to just 3.6 yards per play. Held them to 5 of 20 on 3rd and 4th down. Gave him just 1 red zone opportunity. Aiden Huntington was hurt in the 3rd quarter. He's listed as questionable. It's a groin injury. This spot is just heaven on earth from every angle here, whether it be the market, the cash flow, whether it be the situation, whether it be the optics. The only problem is that we're buying the Browns high because of what Shedeur did last week. But I guess it's not absolutely perfect, but I absolutely love it. Londo says, read my last statement. Teams coming off a 10-sack game are 10-13 straight up, 9-14 against the spread.
Yeah.
I don't mean to take anything away from trends that help you, Cap. So if that helps you, go get it. Take it away, Troy, my man. Niners, Browns.
I wonder how that trend is applicable to this game. I mean, I know that they're coming off sacks, but there's so many other variables you want to include in that. Was the home team a dog, or were they a favorite? Were they a dog the week before? Were they a favorite? What's the home road dichotomy in that? There's so many more things that I would want to add to that. To really, like that stat alone, to me, I don't want to take nothing away from the way you handicap if it's successful for you, like Jimmy would always say. But to me, that one really does not mean anything because I'm just so damn focused on these bookies being extremely concerned about any Browns action coming in. I prefer to back this market. If this was flipped and the Browns are on the road in this type of market, I would already be on the money line because it is a little bit stronger. The history is definitely stronger. But we're still looking at when home dogs open are 6 or higher and close below 6, 63% ATS, 50% straight up, 63% to the under. That just gets amplified even more with a total lower than 44. The Browns defense, I'm going to sound like a broken record. If I glaze anybody, it's Vic Fangio and it's Myles Garrett because I feel like Myles Garrett should probably he's a generational talent. He's definitely the best pass rusher, best defensive player I've ever seen. And I don't even think it's a question at this point. This is the best defense in football strictly because of Myles Garrett, because he single-handedly elevates the entire front seven to all-star status. Because he's not only going to, if he doesn't demand multiple assets to be, sent his way on a snap-by-snap basis, then there's going to be one. If they are, you're going to get single it's one-on-one, it's heads up at the very least. A lot of times guys are running free. And and then you got Devin Bush and Schlesinger, who are top 5 linebacker core in the second level, in the NFL. They have plenty of quality in the secondary. This defense, I love it. And honestly, in preparing for this game, I mean, is it not very clear, black and white, on what the 49ers strategy is going to be coming into this game? They're going to run the ball with CMC. They're going to throw the ball to CMC. And if it isn't going to CMC, then the EPA per play is probably going to be the worst in the NFL this week. What the Browns do better than any defense? It's limit the opposing team's running backs' production, especially the ground game. I have a feeling the 49ers game plan is going to be ultra conservative. They just watched what Purdy did against the Panthers at home on prime time. What is he going to do on the road against a much better defense with the pass rush, as scary as this one, and no ground game that he can lean on? Now, I do, Shanahan with the scripted plays, he'll come out. He'll probably make some noise in the first 1 or 2 drives. But once that goes out the window, just like I talked about yesterday in Discord, once that goes out the window, I feel like shit's going to hit the fan for the 49ers team. And I don't want to, I'm not going to sit here and try to sell you something on Shedeur that hasn't been proven yet, but I will say this. You could scratch. First and foremost, you could scratch what you've seen in Shedeur's first start. The circumstances ruin that part of the statistical sample. In his first true NFL start, he had a 55% completion rate, a PFF grade of 50, a 1-to-1 turnover-worthy play, a big-time throw rate, and an 87 passer rating. I mean, the Raiders and 49ers defense actually has a lot of comparables. 1 or 2 good defenders, they want to play cover 3. And, 1 or 2 good defenders, 1 in the secondary, 1 on the defensive front. And they play cover 3. That's what they do. Shedeur has proven he brings more to the table. And it's not just what he brings to the table, it's what he does to the offense. Shedeur will naturally open up other elements of the offense because his ADOT in the first 2 games was over 9. And that's going to stretch the field. It's what the Browns offense needed. It's going to help the running game. It's going to help open up things underneath. It's going to help open up screens underneath. And we've actually seen one of those go to Harold Fannin this past week. Shedeur needed 20 attempts to pass for 209 yards. Gabriel only passed for 200 yards 1 time this entire season. And he needed 52 attempts to do so. One thing is for certain to me, he takes the ceiling. Maybe he takes the floor lower than Dylan Gabriel did. He certainly does that. He takes the floor 1 step lower than Dylan Gabriel, but he takes the ceiling and he moves it up 2-3 levels. So this is a net positive to having Shedeur at quarterback. And I think he's going to do wonders for what was once considered one-dimensional offense. You don't have to do much. You can still lean on the run, but that vertical threat, the threat of getting beat deep, is going to be huge. And it actually makes me think, and I'm going to shit on the Panthers. I'm going to shit on Canales later. It's going to be hard to do because I love what Canales. He came out. Maybe he's seen something that I did it, but Canales did not threat anybody vertically. I don't know if it was Bryce Young or Canales, but it seemed like Canales to me. I look at both sides of the football and I start to think the Browns offense is in a better position to succeed than the 49ers offense in this game. That's my opinion. And I feel like it's backed by a lot of good data. The 49ers were gifted in my opinion by Canales. Way too conservative in the wrong way. You want to be conservative? Run the ball. Only 9 design carries for this for the Panthers last night, and then 9 design carries went for 6 yards per play. So it's not like they got shut down and went away from it. They just had a completely different idea in mind of how to approach that defense, and it didn't work out. I believe the Browns will find more success on offense than the Panthers did, and which makes me believe I think the Browns should be bet on the money line. I will probably have action on the money line. I just want to make sure we close. I don't think we're going to close below 3 or anything like that. We're going to catch this line above plus 150 and hammer the money line too. But I'm on the Browns first half plus 3.5 minus 120. And I got the Browns plus 6.5 minus 110. And I put those in Discord over the past few days.
Yeah, I wonder, is it too late for me to get in on that first half too? Probably. Let's just see what it is. I should have moved on it, but I was moving on I can't get the. I could.
The 2.5 is like plus 105 or something stupid like that.
I got to let it go. It's key to get. I mean, that 3.5 is key. I got to let it go.
But you got the totals. Though.
Yeah,
I got the beautiful 40s.
Yeah, we're in business. We're lockstep here. I love this spot. It's my favorite spot on the card, my favorite game on the board, and I can't wait to watch it. The Browns at home have been so good to us this year. It's going to be a fun game. And this is nothing. I don't mean to, like put down the 49ers character because they sure have a ton of it.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. And Shanahan, I can't speak more volumes about how good he is.
Yeah, it's an impressive group. But I'm right with you. Let's roll on here. So, but at this point, Troy just has the plus 6.5.
And the plus 3.5 in the first half.
First half plus 3.5 minus 120, and the 6.5 plus minus 110. All right, we're in business here. We are in business. I cannot wait for that football game. I hope it's just nasty weather. Let's roll on. 1 p.m. Eastern. We had to do Nissan Stadium here. Nissan Stadium in Nashville, Tennessee. 45 Fahrenheit, cloudy, 12-mile-per-hour winds. Not so bad, the weather in Tennessee here. The Jaguars 7-4, 3-2 on the road. Titans 1-10, 0-6 at home. And the Jaguars have the Colts next. They are hosting the Colts. It's a huge game. So is this a possible look ahead? Let's see if we can figure that one out. The Titans are plus 6.5 at minus 114. The look ahead was 7. It reemerged at 7. And the juice started. It took actually 4 or 5 hours for it to start getting juiced and moved to 6.5. It wasn't quite right away. We're right now at a 6.5, and the 6.5 is getting juiced. Although I don't see 6s anywhere. And I'm looking at a very sharp book right here, a very sharp book who's, since it moved to 6.5 on Monday at 6:30 p.m., they've moved it 11 cents towards the Jaguars. And even just today alone, they moved it 3 cents towards the Jaguars at the 6.5. So different moves from different books here. From a cash flow standpoint here, we have 57% of the tickets and 53% of the cash on the Tennessee Titans. Looking at the legal American books, they're all at 6.5 and different totals between 41.5 and 42.5. DraftKings at the high at 42.5 and the low at 41.5 at Caesars and FanDuel and ESPN Bet. Let's get into the X's and O's here. We'll start with the Jacksonville Jaguars. As I said, hosting the Colts next up. Passing offense ranked 15th, rushing offense ranked 18th. Red zone offense 17th, 57.1%. Third down offense 22nd at 36.6%. Their pass defense is ranked 11th. Rush defense ranked 9th. The defense is better than I expected it to be this year, but they do have problems. Red zone defense ranked 27th in the league. Their third down defense ranked 25th. They allow conversions 41.8% of the time. Their pass rush is ranked 19th. Jaguars coming off a 27-24 overtime win at Arizona. It did hurt. Look, I didn't want to bet Arizona, and I still cashed the overs, but I wanted to fade the Jaguars so bad, fade them as high as possible so bad, and they played so bad and still got the win. They've won 3 of their last 4. The noise-canceled score was 22-20 Cardinals, which, of course, makes me angrier. Trevor Lawrence was 18 of 30 for 256 yards, 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. He also ran 5 times for 29 yards, and he lost a fumble. Brenton Strange, he'd not played since week 5 because of a hip injury. What a beast. Led receivers with 5 catches for 93 yards. Travis Etienne, he had 15 carries for 86 yards, caught 3 passes for 30 yards to the touchdown. When they weren't turning the ball over, they put up 6.8 yards per play. They were just 3 of 12 on 3rd and 4th down, but they did go 3 of 5 in the red zone. The defense held the Cards to 4.3 yards per play, held them to 6 of 19 on 3rd and 4th down, and 1 of 3 in the red zone. The 19th ranked pass rush had a big game. We know why they had a big game. Cardinals offensive line is horrific. So 6 sacks, 15 quarterback hits. Chuma Edoga, offensive lineman, left in the second quarter, didn't return. He's got a calf injury, and defenseman lineman Danny Strigow has left with this in a knee injury in the second half. AM says this is the Titans plus 7 minus 115 since the turnover trap. Bet against any team favored by minus 5.5 or more if they're coming off a game when they threw 3 or more interceptions. And Deacon saying 70% chance of rain all day in Nashville. I go over these weather reports quite often here, and I'd like just to go back to it because I know they change, but I did not have that on Sunday. So at this point, there's a little bit of light rain at 2 p.m. The heavy rains and the rain showers at this point are supposed to end around 9 or 10 a.m. So I wish it was worse weather. I wish this, and we'll see if it changes. But if there was inclement weather here, then I would really, really want to be on the under. Let's just take a look at this total. I really like the optics of the 30-24 game that we just saw in Nashville against Seattle. This total is a 41.5. So it's not done much. Look ahead was 42, open 42.5, now 41.5, 1 point drop. But I do agree with that. So that is the Jaguars. Let's talk about these Tennessee Titans. Doubled up. The first half was terrible, but we cashed the full game. I heard only one person was on the Titans in the Cappers contest, and I was just, if it wasn't for the stupid lines being at -10, I would have had the Titans on my card, but I screwed that up. I got for these Titans, they're at the Browns, as we talked about next week. Passing offense ranked 30-ish, rushing offense 31st, red zone offense 25th, third down offense the worst in the NFL. They convert 30.4% of the time. It's terrible. Their defense very middling, a little below average. Passing defense ranked 21st, rush defense 14th, red zone defense 18th, third down defense 19th, pass rush 16th. Top sets is another boring ass under, but I like it. I'm interested if we get to that conclusion. The Titans coming off a 30-24 loss home to the Seahawks. The 24 points was a season high for the Titans. Noise canceled scores 29-21 Seahawks. They lose their 6th straight game, their 10th consecutive at home. Their last time they won at home was November 3rd, 2024. Cam Ward was 28-42 for 256 yards and a touchdown, no picks. He also led a very quiet rush attack with 6 carries for 37 yards and a touchdown. The offensive line continues to struggle. Ward has been sacked more than any quarterback in the NFL, was sacked 4 times more in this last one. Pollard and Tyjae Spears combined for 14 carries for 24 yards. It was horrific. Gunnar Helm led receivers with 6 catches for 51 yards. Chimere Dike looks excellent. Caught 5 catches, 44 yards, touchdown. Also returned a punt 90 yards to the house for a touchdown. Titans averages 4.4 yards per play, 6 of 17 on third down, but went 5 of 7 on fourth down, and 2 of 3 in the red zone. I think it's fair for us to say that 5 of 7 on fourth down and 2 of 3 in the red zone is a clear outlier statistically from what we're used to from the Titans. And we could probably bet that the reason for those was because the Seahawks had just kind of taken their foot off the gas and weren't fully in. The defense allowed the Seahawks to put up 7.5 yards per play, but did hold them to 2 of 8 on third down and fourth down, 2 of 4 in the red zone. Pass rush was quiet, 1 sack, 3 quarterback hits. So left tackle Dan Moore Jr. hurt his knee. He was replaced by Udo. Defensive tackle Shai Tuttle went to the locker room in concussion protocol. He's still in there. And then their center Lloyd Cushenberry hurt his foot late in the game. He's really important to this team. The 3 are all listed as questionable this week. Take it away for us, Troy Torrence, Jaguars, Titans.
Hey, if people are worried about what I'm wearing, I mean, you guys could just sign up for my OnlyFans. I got the cheap subscription, very reasonably priced. There's a Black Friday deal. You'll really enjoy that. I'll put some makeup on and prance around my living room for you. So this is a game I'm actually starting to become more and more bullish on as the day progresses, really the past 2 days. And home dogs in division. I mean, this line movement, basically what I want to say is this market is extremely bullish for 2 things. It's the home team covering the spread, and it's the under. And in this matchup, I've already moved on the Jags team total under. Jaguars coming off a game against the Cardinals where they had a 38% success rate, yet they were able to put up this amount of points. And you already touched on the Titans side of things, the optics from that standpoint. That game staying or going way over the total, both games for that matter. I feel like we're outlier results. And that Cardinals defense has been lifeless and decimated for multiple weeks. I refuse to continue listing the handful of reasons why Trevor Lawrence is one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL. I've said it pretty much every week. I don't want to continue going down that path. It sounds like a broken record. The Jaguars are coming off 2 straight wins and now travel for their 2nd consecutive road game. The Jags have played 1 road game outdoors in 10 weeks. It was overseas against the Rams. Against who was it? I made a bad note. The Jags have played 1 road game outdoors in a long time. So what I'm saying is they're not going to be playing in nice Florida weather. They're not going to be playing indoors. They're going to be in Tennessee. And even though the weather isn't bad, it's definitely not going to be favorable for the Jacksonville Jaguars. The last time they played in Tennessee, they scored 6 points. I mean, this Jaguars offense is the epitome of a one-dimensional offense, a team that wants to run the football and is perfectly fine by winning by the thinnest of margins. And I think that's what they're going to be forced to do because this is not a very good football team, generally speaking. The Titans are a team who I've avoided like the plague. In the past few weeks, I've been saying, I don't even want nothing to do with this. Pass. It's hard to fade them because of how low they're perceived in the marketplace. And it's hard to back them because of how anemic their offense is. However, they've covered 3 in a row at this point. So why do I like the Jags team total under? First of all, the Jags are going to want to run the football. They're going to want to take it out of Trevor Lawrence's hand as much as football, especially with the playoffs, hanging in the balance. I think we're going to see more long, grueling possessions, less risk of taking turnovers. And they're going to take the ball out of Lawrence's hands even more because, this is a divisional matchup they have to win. I don't feel like they're going to be trying to put their foot down and throw the ball and air it out all of a sudden. I feel like they're going to continue to revert back to running the football. And if anything, they're going to run the football. They're going to run into the strong suit of the Titans, which is their front 7 with Simmons, Sweat, Joseph Day, Cedric Gray, who's one of the top 5 at these 3rd best run-stopping linebacker in the NFL. They should certainly be stout and limit explosive runs. And the Titans have also faced a gauntlet of offenses this season. What offenses has the Titans played that are similar to this Jacksonville offense? Arizona. They held Arizona to 21 points. Michael Carter, 51 yards on 18 carries. The Rams, 20 points. Junty, 75 yards on 23 carries. And Houston to 16 points with Woody Marks at 2.4 yards per carry. I feel like this is the Titans. This is a good Titan spot, in my opinion. 3rd consecutive home game, a divisional home game. I think they get a chance to play spoiler against a rival. I believe this is a type of opponent and game that the defense will get up for. And on the season, the Titans and Jaguars are 17th and 18th, respectively, in pace of play. Over the last 3 games, since the Titans have moved on from Callahan, and since the Jaguars have realized that Trevor Lawrence is a bum, they're 32nd and 26th, respectively. So these are 2 of the slowest paced offenses over the past few games. And the history of this market made it very clear I need to back the Titans in some way, shape, or form. Looking at the configuration of the spot, Jags team total under was the best route for me to go at the current point, but that doesn't mean I'm not looking towards adding more to this spot, considering the Titans ATS.
The game you were thinking of was in the UK. They were held to 7 points. It was cool. The coldest weather they played all year. It's the only spot that hasn't been perfect conditions. They played in warm conditions, except against a very good Rams defense in kind of cooler, rainy conditions in the UK. And only put up 7 points. Shout out to Dabby Cab in the house.
So,
what did you get the
Jaguars? I said my action. Yeah, I got Jags team total under 24.5 minus 120.
They're 24.5 minus 120. I like this spot. Now, what do you think of this angle too, Troy? Because the idea that they hadn't played in any type of inclement weather probably should have come up in my notes. It didn't. But what do you think of this Tennessee Titan team putting up their very best performance of the year in their 4th straight home game? When do you get a chance to play 4 straight home games?
Is this their 4? I thought it was the 3rd. Is it 4 here?
Chargers, Texans, Seahawks.
Yeah. The Chargers are the one I was missing. Yeah, wow. Oh, it's the bye week that separated it for me. Yeah, I agree. I mean, you see their offense has been looking better. I do think that this should be a Titan spot. I probably should have action on the side.
Huh. I like it. Sports scientist Jacob going to the team total over for the Titans. You take away the Chimray DK spot, and we've had Dennis Garcia talking about how the special teams numbers, they can be overlooked. The Titans, aren't sitting here with strong special teams. It's not bad. They're ranked 15th. Jaguars 19th. If Chimray DK doesn't return that punt 90 yards and the Seahawks kind of take their foot off the gas, I mean, it's a 17-point ceiling for the Titans every week. So an outlier performance requires a punt return or kick return touchdown or pick 6 or something of that sort. I like the Titans. I did screw up by taking them first half too. I like the Titans here, and then I like the unders. and you obviously like the unders because you've got the Jaguars team total under. So I'm going to be moving on this game tonight. Troy on the Jaguars team total under, and we roll on. Before we do, just like sports scientist Jacob says, read the Jags road game box scores. I just had that up, but let me, because then I move over to the Titans. But let me just grab that for you here. Now, I do think that the weather is something here because 31-27 Bengals, they lost against Browning. Their defense was horrific. 26-21 Niners, 30-29 Raiders, 36-29 Texans, and 27-24 Cardinals. So extremely high-scoring games. Again, Jacob, for me, I think that works in our favor for the under. Maybe you could say, look, Jimmy, you're trying to catch a falling knife. And when you try to catch a falling knife, sometimes, that knife catches you. That's fair, but they've been playing in these perfect conditions against weak defenses. And I'm not saying the Titans are a strong defense, but 4 straight game at home. As Jacob says, I think the total set too low because it's the Titans. It's very valid. It's very fair and valid. You're feeling there. Yes, a very weak defenses. Sorry, do you not agree? Bengals, Niners, Raiders. I guess Texans isn't, but Bengals, Niners, Raiders, Cardinals. So 4 or 5 are very, yes. So again, Jacob, you have 1 strong defense and 4 of the weakest defenses in the NFL. But look, your angle is legit. I mean,
but that strong defense that they've seen, they put up how many points? They put up a ton of points, right?
A ton, yeah.
I mean, they were under 40% success rate, well towards the bottom left side, bottom left quadrant. Their noise canceled score in that game was 12.
They had a 73-yard Parker Washington punt return touchdown. They were up 29-10 going into the 4th. But I hear what you're saying, and it's all legitimate. I'm just going to go in a different direction here. I think this is going to be a slow-moving football game and the perfect spot for the Titans to cover. Let's roll on to the next spot because we stick here with the Texans and the Colts. We're at Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis, Indiana. Texans 6-5, 2-3 on the road. Colts 8-3, 6-0 at home. The Texans are at the Chiefs next up, so it's no, they don't. You're not going to look ahead of a game against the Colts with the division opportunities on the line. Let's get into the line history here for Texans Colts. We had Birdie explain it beautifully on our NFL Pub. He said, if you like the Chiefs to take out the Colts, you're better off, taking the Texans money line. Taking the Texans division at 9-1, and he was absolutely right. Here we have a total of 44. This look ahead was 46.5. It reemerged at 45. It's dropped to 44.5 and then to 44. When we get to the side here for this spot, we have the plus 4.5 for Houston. The look ahead was 4.5. While it was available, it went down to 3.5, reemerged at 3.5, and now we're right back at 4.5. We get to the cash flow here. We have 59% of the tickets, 55% of the cash on Indianapolis, 70% of tickets on the under, and 91% of cash on that under. We'll start with the Texans. A passing offense ranked 22nd, rush offense ranked 12th. We expect C.J. Stroud to be back for this, but that is, as far as earlier today, was not confirmed yet. Red zone offense, second worst in the NFL. They score touchdowns 44.1% of the time. Their third down offense ranked 28th. They convert 34.5% of the time. Their defense is extraordinary. 6th ranked pass defense, 6th ranked rush defense, 2nd ranked third down defense, 2nd ranked pass rush, and 22nd red zone defense. They allow touchdowns 60% of the time. And Dennis Garcia says, yes, this is a playoff game and this total is way too high. Dougie Wise says Danny Dimes coming back down to earth. He certainly is, in outdoor environments. But this is a very tough defense he's facing. Texans coming off extra rest and prep after their third straight win, an impressive 23-19 home victory over the Bills. Noise canceled score was 21-16 Texans. Davis Mills 16-30 for 153 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. He's just not making mistakes, so he's handling being a backup very well. But we expect Stroud back for this, not confirmed. Nico Collins led receivers with 3 catches for 55 yards. Woody Marks has taken RB1. Ran 16 times for 74 yards. The offense was just 2 of 12 on third down and 2 of 4 in the red zone. The defense was very strong. Held the Bills to 4.9 yards per play. Held them to 5 of 16 on third down and 0 of 2 in the red zone. The second-ranked pass rush was excellent. 8 sacks, 12 quarterback hits. Anderson had his 6th straight game with at least 1 sack, tying Mario Williams for the longest streak in a single season in franchise history. Kalen Bullock had 2 interceptions. Cornerback Johnny Carter left in the fourth quarter with a hamstring injury. Jalen Petrie was inactive and is listed as questionable this week. If they were saving him for this game, that would make sense. We'll see if they are. Let's talk about these Colts. Next, they're at the Jaguars. Passing offense ranked 20th. This is the number 1 rushing offense in the league, although you wouldn't know it from watching how Steichen handled this Chiefs game. Red zone offense ranked 3rd. They scored touchdowns 66.7% of the time. Third down offense ranked 9th at 41.6%. Pass defense ranked 26th. Rush defense ranked 23rd. I know that this secondary is much stronger with Charvarius Ward and the whole, when DeForest Buckner comes back and all that, but these are still poor. It's a poor statistical profile. Red zone defense ranked 12th. Third down defense ranked 28th. They allow conversions 42.9% of the time. Their pass rush ranked 15th. Coming off 23-20 overtime loss to the Chiefs, they were up 29 heading into the fourth quarter. Noise canceled score was 32-18 Chiefs. They were outgained. The Chiefs outgained the Colts 494 to 255. The 255 yards was the lowest Colts output of the season. The offense was held without a first down in the fourth quarter and overtime. Dimes was 19 of 31 for 181, 2 touchdowns, no picks. He was just 8 of 18 for 83 yards in the second half. And, of course, Jonathan Taylor, what the hell were they doing? He's coming off, again, as you guys know, look, I don't bet player props, but if I only bet him after someone had a career high performance. He runs for 244 yards and 286 from scrimmage. So what's he do against the Chiefs? 16 carries for 58 yards. Tyler Warren had 5 catches for 45 yards. Ashton Doolin caught a 48-yard pass before leaving the second half with a knee injury. He's already been placed on IR, so he's gone. Offense was 5 of 13 on third down, 2 of 4 in the red zone. Pass rush looked strong. 4 sacks, 11 quarterback hits. The defense bent but didn't break. They allowed the Chiefs to put up 494 total yards, but just 5.4 yards per play. So it wasn't as bad as it sounds. Held the Chiefs to 7 of 16 on third down, 1 of 6 in the red zone. Latu had an interception. It was a beauty. Take it away for us here, Troy Torrence, Texans, Colts.
This is a spot where I feel like you're going to get it's going to be a split decision. I feel like you're going to see sharps on either side of this equation. I guess it just comes down to what you value. First of all, the current market environment is very favorable, in my opinion, for the Indianapolis Colts. If you look at the history of how this type of market is played out, now that'll change if we hit 6 or we hit 3. But for right now, if we hang out between 3.5 and 5.5, I love the way it's looking for the Colts. However, the Colts, they have some ouchies for the past few weeks. The noise adjusted score 32-18. If you watch that game, that's very real. You brought up the most compelling point to me earlier today about how Steichen, he completely shit the bed. I don't know if he shit the bed. He lost faith in Daniel Jones, but that was very concerning. And we've seen him do that before. Like, I think back to the Steelers game where he didn't even run the ball at all in that game. Taylor had a season low, maybe a career low in carries in a full game. Daniel Jones, the dichotomy is real. It's real. And it has to be talked about. And I think it has to be the most important variable of this handicap is what's the dichotomy, right? Fade him on the road, fade him outdoors, fade him on grass. 3 games now. Pittsburgh, Atlanta, and Kansas City, the worst PFF grades in the NFL, and his splits are drastic. Only a 35% success rate last week. Now you get him back home, indoors on turf, where this offense was flying high. It wasn't like they were just doing that to any team that came in, to Indianapolis, to Lucas Oil. They actually put up a great offensive performance against the Denver Broncos, which I guess would be the closest corollary data point that we have to this Houston Texans team, even though they're stylistically different. I even brought up last week that Daniel Jones is better versus 2 high safeties, which we're going to see with the Texans are going to run 2 high at the highest rate in the NFL. But what is also real, I feel like the offensive performance, we're going to see a much better offensive performance, relatively speaking, because we know this defense is great. And that's the other part of this equation. Holding the Bills to 19 points, noise adjusted 16, held the Bills to a season low 33% success rate, made them fight for every single first down. And if not for 2 big plays, one in the passing game, one in the running game, I mean, that would have been a terribly embarrassing performance for that Bills team. So we have the classic elite offense versus elite defense narrative in a divisional game, a very important game. I honestly, I can make a case for both sides, but the market alone and the Colts going back indoors on a hot track and knowing the Houston Texans record and resume playing on the road, not at home in Houston. It's night and day. What have the Texans done on the road this season? What have they done? They scored 13 against Tennessee. They scored 19 at Seattle. They put up 44 against a decimated Baltimore team who basically was throwing up the white flag at that point. They scored 10 against the Jags. I guess that's a pretty good performance. They scored 9 against the Rams. That's not very impressive performances. We know this Colts defense is uptrending. We've seen it. Even though the Mahomes had so much success, he struggled in the red zone, and it was because the coverage was tight and they couldn't run the ball. Are we going to expect this Texans team? I feel like they could replicate what the Chiefs were able to do in the rushing game, but that's not going to be enough to put you in the end zone and put up 7 points against a Colts team that I think is going to be able to do so on the vice versa. I look at the scheme. I look at Steichen. I look at Daniel Jones. I put him back in Lucas Oil indoors. I feel like you're going to see a lot of these pieces start to come together again. You're going to see a ton of play action, a ton of RPO. They're going to stretch the defense with Alec Pierce. And I'm not saying that they're going to have a ton of success against the Texans, but I feel like they're going to have much more success than we've seen recently, relatively speaking, adjusted for the defense they're seeing. So I just have to buy this Colts team low. I think they're starting to be sold out a little bit by the public. The Colts going back home after a loss. This Texans team, what have they done for you on the road? What have they done on the road? And what's this cash flow look like? Let's touch back on this cash flow real quick. Jimmy, what do you got from Odds Logic?
59% of the tickets, 55% of the cash on the Colts.
On the Colts. I'm seeing 70% of tickets, 69% of bets on the Texans. And that's part of what makes this profile, just puts it over the top into a must-bet spot on the Colts. I'm on the Colts double result plus 110. I'm interested in buying more. I'm not concerned if this line moves towards Houston. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I don't know if I'm going to do money line parlay. I don't know if I'm going to do ATS. Yes, I have concerns. Anytime you're playing a defense the stature of the Texans, yes, you're going to have concerns. But this is the perfect time to do so, to fade this Texans team.
I agree with you. I think it's a great breakdown. You look at the 3 games the Colts played. That Falcons game was like a loss, but again, that's outside in Berlin. They played bad. So you have a opportunity to sell a very dangerous Texans team as high as they've been all year. Remember that touchdown was it a kick return, a punt return, or a kick return? Kick return, I think it was.
Oh yeah, kick return before half.
So it makes sense. I expect Stroud back for this one. And I do believe in him. I've said a lot of negative things about Stroud this year, and he's not played very well. But I do think it helps to sit back and watch for a little while. I always have thought that really helps quarterbacks, especially young quarterbacks. If we look at the road games here, they started the year with that 14-9 loss at the Rams. We know the Rams defense. Then they had a 17-10 loss, at Jacksonville. Jacksonville's nothing to write home about. We can put a line, we think, through the Baltimore game. They looked really good at Seattle. Now, remember, it was Darnold was throwing interception after interception after interception. The offense looked horrible. So I like where you're at. And what do you think about this under? Dennis high on it. I kind of like it too. Peanut says likely to miss here per Yahoo. I think he's baked into the line being in. Coin says Stroud news coming back and line moves north. I think he's coming back. I would like to check quickly here a couple different things, but your thoughts on this total. Dennis loving the under, and I tend to agree with him. What do you think of the total?
I tend to agree with him. I do, but I think we could with Stroud. I see that's the thing. What Stroud? I guess it really won't matter that much. I mean, we're between that 44.5. It could get pushed up, but I mean, I even think that there's a case where this line Stroud gets announced in, the line moves towards the Colts and it moves towards the under. I think that's a real possibility. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I have a strong opinion on the total.
Yeah, I've read all these things earlier today. So all that's happened is he hasn't cleared protocol. I think that I still think that he will be out there for this game, but Londo says the Colts are going to put up 30 points easy. I don't agree with that. The Texans are a phenomenal defense, but I respect your bullishness. I like where you're at with the Colts. I think that Stroud's baked into this line. I think the only thing that happens is if he's announced out, it moves towards the Colts a little bit more. I think he's in this line right now. What do you think?
I think he's in this line, but I have a feeling that this is where the sharps are. I feel like the strong sharp action might come in on the Colts and push this line up towards 6.
I like where you're at. I'm interested in the under here as well. So I'm going to move on these tonight. Let's roll. Action Jackson agreeing with Londo. Thinks the Colts will put up 30 points against the Texans here now that they're back inside. And we have seen. I guess we've seen. No, we haven't. No one's done that to the Texans this year. So I guess what you guys are saying is the Colts will be the first team to put up 30 points against the Texans this year. All right, let's roll on. Next up for us, 1 p.m. Eastern, New Orleans Saints 2-9, 1-4 on the road at the Miami Dolphins, 4-7, 3-3 at home. I would hammer that team total over, Londo. If you believe that, I would hammer it. It's a gift that you're receiving, I guess. Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida, 80 Fahrenheit, chance of showers, 10-mile-per-hour winds. Take a look at the line history here for this one. This is a tricky spot here. The Dolphins are -6. The look ahead was 4.5, dropped down to 3.5. The closed at 3.5, reemerged at 5.5, and it's now 6. The Saints, they did some okay things, but Taysom Hill looked terrible. They looked terrible in the red zone. There was a huge 8-9 minute drives where they would stall at the goal line. It was very, very difficult to watch. From a total standpoint, here we have a 41.5. It's juiced to the under. Look ahead was 42.5. Opened up at 41.5. That's all we have here. Let's start with. Let's get into the cash flow for this one. Cash flow wise, we have 94% of the tickets and 95% of the cash on the Miami Dolphins. Very, very public, but actually very public. The line's not moving at these. Circa opened it at 6 and it's just sitting there at 6. No movement there. FanDuel has the 5.5. They opened it at 4.5. They opened it on the 18th, so that explains that. Let's see if South Point is doing anything. South Point has the 5.5. That's where they opened it. They're not moving it off the 5.5. So let's roll here. Saints game next at the Buccaneers. Passing offense ranked 21st. Rushing offense ranked 29th. This is the worst red zone offense in the NFL. My whole thought was when Taysom Hill came back that he would fix this, and he's not done that. Maybe he's just getting long in the tooth. Third down offense, 20th at 37.9%. Another thing was I like their defense, and it didn't look very good last week. Pass defense ranked 19th, rush defense 10th, red zone defense 22nd, third down defense 13th. I know they don't have a pass rush, but they do other things well. The Saints coming off the ugly 24-10 home loss to the Falcons. Noise canceled score was 15-14 Falcons. It was much closer. Tyler Shuck finished 30 of 43 for 243 yards, no touchdowns, interception, and he led an ugly ground game, 7 carries for 22 yards. Also lost a fumble. He was sacked 5 times. Taysom Hill and Alvin Kamara combined for 13 carries for 28 yards. Kamara left with a knee injury, so he's suffered an MCL sprain. He's week to week, and knowing him, he's done for the season. He's not going to rush to come back. So it's Devin Neal time, expected to take over as RB1. He ran 7 times to 28 yards. He wants the opportunity. It's not like Kamara's playing great. Olave led receivers with 9 catches for 70 yards. Saints were 5 of 16 on third down, but 0 for 3 in the red zone. The defense kept them in it. Held the Falcons to 3 of 12 on third down and 1 of 2 in the red zone. Pass rush finished with 3 sacks. Justin Reed had an interception. Blake Grupe's missed field goals were horrific. They were both inside the 50. The first was from 38 yards. I mean, Tipton had returned the kickoff to the Atlanta 16. And the second was from 47 yards. I mean, there's 56 seconds left in the half, and it's just Grupe, you son of a bitch. Let's go to the Dolphins here. Coming in off their bye week, they have the Jets next week, and they expect the Miami Dolphins. Now, I don't want to get too caught up in it because it messed me up when I was capping the Saints game yesterday, but they've got hope, and they think they're going to be 6-7 in 2 weeks. At the Jets next, passing offense ranked 23rd, rushing offense 16th, red zone offense 22nd, third down offense 21st, 37.8%. Their pass defense ranked 29th, rush defense 16th. Red zone defense has been good all year. I'm not entirely sure why that is. Ranked 5th. They allow touchdowns 50% of the time. Their third down defense 26th. They allow conversions 41.9% of the time. And their pass rush is the worst in the NFL. Coming off their bye week, they were last seen an underwhelming week 11, 16-13 win over the Commanders in Madrid. They've won back-to-back games for the first time all season. And, they've dealt with a lot this year, right? Tyreek Hill dislocates his knee. Their top pass rusher, Jalen Phillips, is traded away. They fired general manager Chris Greer. And they've not been good after the bye week in McDaniel's history. So if you want to move it into 1 game or 3 games, doesn't matter. But if you go into 3-game stanzas, they're 4-5 in their first 3 games after a bye week in the last 3 years under McDaniel. So, I mean, they lose 2 starting offensive linemen in the season opener. They lose Tyreek Hill after game 4. And their passing offense looks bad. Tunga Vailoa doesn't look anything like the Pro Bowler from 2023. His hip issues supposedly have hurt his athleticism. So it's not actually the fear of a concussion the reason why he's not running or moving out of pockets, because he's got hips that are about to go. And we expect Austin Jackson and James Daniel to return to action. We'll find out for sure tomorrow. 2 important defensive linemen. Darren Waller was a big part of this offense. He had the pec injury. He could come back. This defense is terrible. Only the Commanders allow a worse passer rating for opposing quarterbacks. Quarterbacks playing the Dolphins have a 109.5 passer rating. So why is this line moving so heavily towards the Miami Dolphins? 29th against the run, 23rd in points allowed, 26th in third down defense, 20th in points allowed. I mean, they have 12 turnovers this year. They have 21 sacks. Is this going too far, Troy? They do have hope coming out of the break, but is this spread too far? Is this too many points?
Well, I feel like you're heading in the same direction as I am. I look at this spread and I'm like, Jesus, Dolphins are about to smack this team. Because when I watch the Saints and you put on the tape and you look at the numbers and you look at Shuck, I can only think one thing, and that this is, I don't know who's worse than this team. Who's worse than this team? I'm looking at everybody in the league right now. I don't know if I can find one team that's worse than this Saints team. Not only from the practicality, but on paper, like I don't know if there is a worse team than the Saints right now. You got Shuck at quarterback. They go into Carolina, and these are 2 teams that I struggle with. I don't know if I want any action in this game. They go into Carolina, beat the Panthers as 6-point dogs. Then they get shelled by ATL in what was apparently a hammer spot with a line flip. On the other side, you got the cancerous Dolphins organization with a coach who's tripping on DMT that spanks the Bills at home. Then they go and have to be extremely lucky to beat Washington. I know it was overseas, but they only kicked field goals. And the sad part is the only way I'm going to be moving on this game is if this line starts trickling below to 5.5 to 5. I'll be forced to move on the Saints, but I doubt I'm going to be very heavy on it because I don't believe in it. And I think that these 2 teams are the toughest to deal with in the current landscape of the NFL. So I guess this is how I'll play it. I'll play Saints close below 6. I expect them to cover 70% of the time, and I'm going to be betting on them. If the Dolphins close above the 6, I expect the Dolphins to cover over 50% of the time and win the game closer to 90% of the time. But like I said, I just don't want to have my money. I don't want to see that happen. I don't want to be betting this game.
I think that you nailed it. I think it's the similar to the Packers Vikings line of last week. You know, if it sits there at 6.5 or 7, we know that Dolphins are going to light it up off the break. If it goes down to 5.5 or 5, the Saints are live.
See, but the problem with that is, like, I saw the dynamic of that game, the configuration of both of those teams, and how good they are, and how they're perceived in the market. Whereas, like, I don't know how the bookies are pricing these teams. I don't know what their thoughts are. Like, the Dolphins are laying. I don't know. It's just so confusing, this game.
I like the
I
game.
couldn't express my thoughts there at all. But I feel very confused looking at this game.
I'm uncomfortable with the total. That's where I find discomfort. I think that I think we can figure out what's going to happen in this game as we watch this market marinate. I'm comfortable backing the Saints if this drops to 4.5 or 5. I'm very comfortable there. And if it stays at 6.5, I mean, maybe we just take a Miami double result and leave the points out of it.
Yeah. I probably, if anything, I'll be on Miami double result. I probably will not have them in any money line parlays or anything like that. I just want this one to be standalone.
Topset says the line says Dolphin and the under, and Saints team total under. Vincent Hawkins says current form. I mean, I'm not entirely sure where that takes you. I mean, were you impressed with the Dolphins 16-13 win at Washington? I mean, it was horrific. I mean, the Saints 17-7 win at Carolina was. I mean, I don't know. I don't know where it takes you with the current form. I'd be, but let's roll. Dennis Garcia says yes. Nola team total under has been free 4 months. All right, that was Saints Dolphins. Let's roll on. Next up for us is a game that Troy and I talked about, and I'm not sure if you did move on it already.
I did.
You did. It makes sense. It's a under I'm interested in. So you've moved Falcons Jets. You've gone full game under.
Under the total, correct.
And what number did you get?
I got a beautiful 40. The only one that was hanging around at BetMGM. I don't know what the landscape looks like now. You might be able to get a 40. Let's see.
I'll take a look here as we line up as well.
No,
Under 40,
39.5, I believe.
Yeah. I was the 39.5 was what I was looking at this morning. I don't see it moving that much here as well. Falcons, Jets. Falcons 4-7, 2-4 on the road. Jets 2-9, 1-5 at home. We're at MetLife Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey. Sports scientist Jacob says you can get 40.5 at -120 right now. 47 Fahrenheit, light rain, 12 miles per hour. The weather's not bad here. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have on the side, we have the Falcons -2.5, -112. The look ahead was -1. It got bet up to -2 and then dropped back to -1. Reemerged on Sunday night at -2 and now is at 2.5 and slightly juiced to the Falcons at 2.5. From a total side of things here, we have a 39.5. It's -115 to the over. That's all that's happened here. Was the look ahead was 39.5 flat. It closed. It reemerged. Really, they're saying here it reemerged tonight at 10 p.m. But I know it came out earlier. But it's moved 5 cents towards the over from 39 -110 now 39. 39.5 -110 now 39.5 -115. Looking at other sharp books here, it's opened up at 40 and dropped to 39.5. When we get to the cash flow for this spot, we have 52% of the tickets and 88% of the cash on the Falcons. 87% of tickets on the over and 93% of cash on the over. It's wild, insane here. AAJAS Aha said Falcons don't care about their draft position next year, already traded to LA. Dennis Garcia says between Jets and the Saints, Jets defense best unit from either team. Wild line agreeing with the under. So let's roll here. We have the Falcons. We're going to start out. They host the Seahawks next week, so it's not a look ahead. They don't care very much about that. They are 4-7. They kind of let go here. Passing offense ranked 26th. Rushing offense ranked 8th. Red zone offense ranked 13th, 61.3%. Third down offense 29th, 33.1%. Pass defense ranked 16th. Rush defense 24th. Red zone defense has been pretty good this year. It's ranked 9th, allowing touchdowns 54.6% of the time. Their third down defense middling 17th, allowing conversions 38.4% of the time. Their pass rush ranked 11th. Coming in off a 24-10 win, the Saints snapped their 5-game losing streak. Noise canceled scores 15-14 Falcons. Cousin in, replacing Penix, who's done for the year with a knee injury. 16-23, 199 yards, 2 touchdowns and a pick. With Drake London out with an injury, the Falcons were led by Darnell Mooney. He caught 3 for 74 and a touchdown. Bijan ran 14 for 70, caught 2 for 37. The offense was 3 of 12 on third down, 1 of 2 in the red zone. The Falcons defense looked good. Held the Saints to just 3.8 yards per play. Held them to 5 of 16 on third down and 0 of 3 in the red zone. Pass rush was strong. 5 sacks, 9 quarterback hits. Xavier Watts had an interception, but in practice, safety Billy Bowman just suffered a torn Achilles. So he's gone for the rest of the season. That's a loss. AM says Falcons minus 2.5.
Stadium Bowman out for season, right?
Yeah, happened in practice.
Yeah, okay. Good. I thought I might have missed something there.
It happened in practice here. So Billy Bowman done for. Let's talk about the Jets. They host the Dolphins next. I'm not sure if that matters. Passing offense ranked 25th, rushing 27th, red zone 23rd, third down offense 22nd. It's weak. Pass defense 25th, rush defense ranked 11th, red zone defense 12th, third down defense 8th. The pass rush 26th. It's starting to look bad. Sports scientist Jacob betting the under 40.5. Makes sense to me here. I figure that at the end of this, that's what I'll want to do as well. Londo says after losses, the Jets are 3-2 against the spread at home. They're coming off their second straight loss, 23-10 setback at the Ravens. Noise cancel score was just 18-16 Ravens. Jets outgained the Ravens 282-241. Tyrod Taylor was 17-28 for 222 yards, touchdown pick. He also ran 5 times for 19 yards. I thought he looked pretty good. Breece Hall ran 16 times for 44 yards, caught 4 passes for 75 yards to lead receivers. That's a problem. He did lose a fumble. Mechie caught 6 for 65 in a touchdown. The offense 4 of 16 on third down, 1 of 2 in the red zone. But the defense looked strong throughout. I mean, they held the Ravens to 4.2 yards per play, held the Ravens to 2 of 11 on third down to 2 of 5 in the red zone. And the pass rush starting to feel the absence of Quinn Williams. 1 sack, 1 quarterback hit. Take it away for us here, Troy. You're already on the under 40. Is there anything else you're looking at?
Yeah, no, there's nothing else I'm looking at in this game. This is going to be strictly unders. I'm not going to be buying the Falcons high, and I'm not going to be buying the Jets high because I feel like that's how they're being perceived right now. But I mean, I feel like the Jets shocked the world in that 23-10 loss. And the noise cancel score, like you said, 18-16. They trade Quinn Williams and Sauce Gardner, and they hold 3 consecutive teams below the league average success rate. The Browns at 37%. The Patriots, they held under league average success rate at 44.5%. The Ravens, 35%. I mean, that is shocking to me. And the Falcons defense, they get shit on by the Panthers, and then they lock the Saints up. And if you look at their statistical profile, I mean, they're doing the same thing. I mean, they're holding teams to average or below average success rate, league average. The Colts at 46%. Even when they get stomped, it's not like down to down they're having a terrible performance. And then, look at the return of D. Alford and Diablo and what they were able to do. I mean, those 2 guys were the best performing defensive players on the field this past week. I think let me go back. They bowled out. Did you mention their stats, Jimmy? D. Alford and Divine Diablo. So D. Alford, 10 tackles, 1 pass deflection. Diablo, 8 tackles and a tackle for a loss. I mean, they're 2 of the top 3 in terms of tackles. I mean, they're making the most explosive plays. They graded out the best. And those 2 guys returning, I think they made a huge difference in what we were watching defensively. It was against Shuck. You have to take it for what it is. But who are we going to see now? We're going to see a significantly better offense than what Shuck is running out there in the Saints? I don't think so. You could say the Jets' offense looked really good with what's his name, Tyrod Taylor, TT under center, but was it really? Because their advanced metrics say that's not the case at all. You have Leonard Floyd, Divine Diablo, and D. Alford in the lineup, and the defense is much stronger. It is what it is. That's what the numbers say, and that's what the eye test as well. The offense is certainly underwhelming with Kirk Cousins, and maybe we get a resurgence from him. He had an 83 PFF grade this past week. He had an 8.7 yards per attempt at 107 passer rating. Not bad. Pick 6, not too good. We also have the Jets that clearly haven't surrendered on the season. So I think you got two teams. Even the Falcons, I don't think they've surrendered on the season because they're actually statistically still in the playoff race, and they have a real chance, a real outside chance of making the playoffs. The Jets don't have a chance to make the playoffs, but they're fighting for other things, especially optics for the coach, because that coach, trust me, he's trying to get wins. They still have some ballers on defense too, the Jets. I know they lost some good players, but they still got Sherwood. They still got Quincy. They still got Tony Adams, Jermaine Johnson. The offensive personnel is weak, as you'll see in the NFL. Not a lot of hope in the offensive unit, but this is a situation where both teams are going to be focused on running the football. Two defenses that are likely underpriced due to the optics. The Panthers and the Colts putting up massive numbers on Atlanta, and the Jets trading away two of their best defensive assets. And we have market history that would suggest under is the only play in this matchup, and the public is currently aping in on the over. I think the offense is struggling in the red zone at the very best. We have decent weather situation, and I'm on the under 40, minus 110.
Yeah, I agree. Let's just be clear. It's just decent weather at this point. The rain is supposed to come at the very end of the game. So keep there's some light rain early. Now, of course, this can change, but the reason why there's like real rain showers in this game is from 4 p.m. on. Now that can change. We'll keep an eye on it. Londo on the Jets plus 2.5. Vincent Hawkins on the Jets team total under first half. AM on the Falcons minus 2.5. The homecoming hangover bet against any home team coming off 2 or more straight road losses. And Dennis Garcia on the Jets. Who has the better quarterback?
The Falcons. And I say that not raw talent-wise. I don't think he's just better. I mean, he has the better assets around him. He has a running game that I feel like is going to be stronger than the Jets, and he has actually some receiving options that, quite frankly, the Jets just do not have.
Yeah. No, I get that. And then, of course, do we expect, Drake to come back from the knee injury at this point? And there's a strong possibility that he comes back. It's the sprained PCL. So he didn't practice all last week. They expect him to play at this point. But again, you want to see him out on the practice field. Thank you, Rose Putt. Thank you. Let's roll on. I'm going to join you on these unders here in Atlanta, New York Jets. I think it's a smash and grab. It's just a very low number. It's not really moving. And I wanted to talk it out, but I fully agree. We roll on 1 p.m. Eastern. Arizona Cardinals 3-8, 2-3 on the road. Tampa Bay Buccaneers 6-5, 2-2 at home at Raymond James Stadium in Tampa, Florida. It's 79 Fahrenheit, partly sunny, 9 miles per hour. But it is supposed to start raining during the game. About an hour and a half into the game, 2 hours into the game, it's supposed to start raining. Let's talk about the spot. The Cardinals have been cashing overs for me. And I'm not an over better. But I do like money. For the Buccaneers, Baker Mayfield is supposed to play. It's the non-throwing shoulder. And they need him to play, and I expect him to play. I think everybody expects him out on the field here. This total is a 44.5. It opened up at 49.5. It reemerged at 45.5 with the Baker injury, and it's down to 43.5. It got down to 43.5 yesterday morning. It's climbed back up a point. I mean, that is a ridiculously low number. Now, the problem is that what if? What if Baker goes down on his shoulder and you blink quickly and you open your eyes and Teddy Bridgewater's in? Bridgewater is not going to be able to move the football. So the total, though, is moving quite quickly at some of these sharp books. I guess not really. 45 to 45.5, 44.5 up to, but there are 45.5s now up. So it's moving. It's 43.5 yesterday. I think that's the understanding that Baker's okay and he's going to play. But if that was the case, the look ahead was 6.5. It reemerged at 2.5. And now it's a 3 getting juice. So I think everybody believes Baker's going to be out there. So Omer says Bridgewater will do enough to beat this Cards team that beats himself every week. if they tell us that this is Teddy Bridgewater, I will bet heavily on the Arizona Cardinals.
If it's at -3,
I don't even care what it is. If it's Teddy Bridgewater, I'm going to fade
Teddy Bridgewater at 3. I was like, I'm thinking I'm hammering the Bucs.
Baker is going to play. It's just, can he make it through the whole game? He also likes this stuff. He likes when he can show what a junkyard dog he is.
No, I want to say, man, I don't know. I don't know why I disagree. I don't want to say I disagree. I just feel like there is a good chance he doesn't play. It's because it's his non-throwing injury or his non-throwing shoulder. But when you have a pain that's that bad on your non-throwing shoulder from when you just torque and throw the ball, like I doubt. I don't know. I don't know exactly what the injury is. I'm not a damn doctor, but that's the worst. That's the most concerning type of injury, not a blunt force injury, an injury that the pain is stemming from something that has nothing to do with putting any type of pressure on that injury.
Yeah, it's the AC joint strain. There is no long-term concern over the injury.
You're right. He's going to play. But and that sucks. That sucks. It really sucks because I wanted to bet on Teddy.
Yeah, the only thing, yeah, I think he plays. I think he plays here. I would bet pretty heavy on it. Now you lose some bets, so let's talk about the Cardinals. Passing offense ranked 13th. They host the Rams next week. Rushing offense 20th. Red zone offense 19th, and third down offense 5th. Pass defense is 12th. It's not bad. Rush defense is a problem, 27th. We saw it. We see it each week. Red zone defense 20th. Third down defense 14th. Pass rush 24th. Cards coming off 27-24 overtime loss home to the Jags. They've lost 8 of 9. Noise cancel score was 22-20 Cards. Brissett was 33 of 49 for 317 yards and a touchdown. He's 1-5 as Arizona's starter. Marvin Harrison missing his second straight game after having surgery for appendectomy. We expect him back this week. Usually it's 3 weeks. So I expect Harrison back. Michael Wilson led receivers with 10 catches for 118 yards. McBride was next with 9 catches for 79 yards, but the ground attack struggled, man. Michael Carter and Bam Knight's ugly. 15 carries for 40 yards, touchdown. Offense put up 4.3 yards per play, 6 of 19 on third and fourth down, 1 of 3 in the red zone. And the defense allowed 6.1 yards per play. Held the Jags to 3 of 12 on third and fourth down, but allowed them to go 3 of 5 in the red zone. Pass rush finished with 3 sacks, 5 quarterback hits. The secondary got interceptions from Budda Baker, Akeem Davis Gaither, and Garrett Williams. Offensive lineman Will Hernandez and defensive tackle Walter Nolan didn't play in the second half. They're both listed as questionable this week. Let's then talk about these Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They host the Saints next week. A passing offense ranked 19th. Rushing offense 9th. Red zone offense 25th. Third down offense 15th. Their passing defense and rush defense both 15th. Red zone defense has been a problem this year, 29th. They allow touchdowns 66.7% of the time. Their third down defense is 20th at 39.9%, and their pass rush 13th. Coming off their low point in the season, an ugly 34-7 loss at the Rams on Sunday night. Noise canceled score was 26-11 Rams. They've lost 4 of 5. Rams outgained them 333 to 193. Baker was just 9 of 19 for 41 yards, touchdown, 2 picks before leaving with the injury. So I've already explained he has a history of playing through injuries. And this just seems like the spot where Baker shows that he's fucking tough as nails. He's not had that good of a year. 18 touchdowns, 5 picks. Nothing wrong with that. 62.7% completion rate. 2,406 yards passing. Bridgewater was 8 of 15 for 62 yards. Ibuka caught 3 for 32. That led receivers. Tucker led the ground game with 12 carries for 42 yards. Bucs offense averaged 2.9 yards per play. 7 of 17 on third. 1 of 5 on fourth. And 1 of 3 in the red zone. The defense was abysmal. Rams could get whatever they want. 6.1 yards per play. We're a perfect 2 for 2 in the red zone. Pass rush was nowhere to be found. 1 sack, 3 quarterback hits. Chris Godwin came back, played from the fibula injury, 2 catches. Hassan Reddick, Jamel Dean, Benjamin Morrison. So Reddick, the linebacker, cornerbacks, Jamel and Morrison, guard Ben Bredesen, and running back Bucky Irving were all inactive and are listed as questionable this weekend. Could come back. Take it away for us here, Troy. Cardinals, Buccaneers.
This is a really tough game. I mean, I don't like the quarterback. This makes me not even want to cap this game. It's not even worth it because I don't even think this this 3 line is going to stay. We're going to be way below or way above this 3 when Baker Mayfield gets announced in or out. They have 2 divisional games on deck. They have a list of games that are winnable after this game. So even with Baker Mayfield being out, they're still alive to win the game against Arizona. Then they got the Saints, the Falcons, the Panthers, the Dolphins, the Panthers. Why would they rush him back and risk? I don't know. I don't even want nothing to do with this game. I don't. I'm out. I'm passing on this game.
I think they rush him back because they have to win this game. I mean, don't you want a one-game cushion?
Yeah, you want a one-game cushion, but that cushion's not going to do no damn well if Baker Mayfield's out for the rest of the season. You know, I've had multiple AC joint injuries. I was not a quarterback. I have no idea how that feels. But Baker Mayfield playing with that injury is not going to be 100%. And if he hits it, if he injures it, if it's something that can get worse, if you land on it, if you get hit the wrong way, and if you don't let it heal. And it's something, an AC sprain, is something that's healable. But if you continue to play through it, it can get worse. You know, I had a severed clavicle, a grade 6 AC separation. I've separated this shoulder like 3 times. There's a massive bump on my shoulder because of it. I'm very familiar with this injury, and I was thinking the opposite. I was thinking this is going to be really tough to see him play, especially considering his schedule.
Oh, we need more info. If Baker is in, well, you know, I think almost regardless, I want to expect Brissett to throw the ball all over the field. I want to see what sort of defensive reinforcements come back because the Cardinals are catching their team total or overs nonstop. And they, you know, even in games when they only get up to 22, they allow 40 plus. They've been just an overprinting machine, but maybe this one is tough. Shout out to Based Aussie in the house. Thank you guys for joining us. We're rolling through the card. It's taking a while. These are deep dives. WY says the spread screams cards to me. Yeah, maybe, but you really can't sell the Buccaneers off their worst game in 2 years or 3 years. But I feel you. Let's roll. Next up for us is the LA Rams against the aforementioned Carolina Panthers, who are 6-6, a half game back of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Rams 9-2, 4-1 on the road at the Carolina Panthers, 6-6, 3-2, a home at Bank of America Stadium, Charlotte, North Carolina. Nice weather here, 48 Fahrenheit, light rain, just 2-mile-per-hour winds. Let's get into the line history here for Rams Panthers. We have the Rams minus 10.5, minus 109. Look ahead was 9.5, reemerged at 10, moved a half point since then to 10.5. From a total standpoint here, we have the LA Rams. I'm a game away from cashing their season win total. I'm also a game away cashing the Broncos season win total as well. The futures are looking very strong. The Broncos win total was the only public one I was on. Remember I said I got to bet this one public spot. And that was 9.5. The Rams was 9.5 too, so we're close here. This total look ahead was 45.5. Got bet down to 44.5. Reemerged at 46. And it's dropped a full point down to 45 here. We've seen Rams in similar business type situations here. And it's a tricky spot. They're at the Cardinals next. It's not a look ahead spot by any means. This team is statistically being profiled as very, very, very good. And I'm excited about my futures very much. I got 4 different futures on them. I am fearing the Seahawks. And if I didn't move on the Bucks in week 4 or whatever it was, I could easily take the Seahawks futures market, but I can't now. Cash flow wise, 63% of the tickets on the Rams, just 50% of the cash. 60% of tickets on the under, 73% of cash on that under. Passing offense ranked first for the Rams. Their rushing offense ranked 17th. Red zone offense 5th and third down offense 16th. It's defense where they dominate. Pass defense first, rush defense second. Good God. Red zone defense second. They allow touchdowns 42.9% of the time. Their third down defense 4th. They allow conversion 35.3% of the time. Their pass rush is 6th. This is a very good football team. Coming off their 6th straight win, dominating 34-7 win at home over the Bucks on Sunday night. Noise canceled score was 26-11. Outgained the Bucks 333-193, and they got whatever they wanted all game long. 6.1 yards per play, 2 for 2 in the red zone. Stafford 25 of 35 for 273, 3 touchdowns, no picks. Puka Nacua caught 7 for 97. Held the Bucks offense to 2.9 yards per play. Held them to 7 of 17 on 3rd down, 1 of 5 on 4th down, 1 of 3 in the red zone. Pass rush had 4 sacks, 6 quarterback hits. Kobe Durant and Emmanuel Forbes each had picks. Now, Roger McCreary injured his hip. He's listed as questionable. So we'll have to see about that. Also, Tutu Atwell had his 21-day practice window opened, and he's expected to play, or at least be available if they want him on Sunday against the Panthers. Let's talk about the Panthers. They're at the Saints next. Their passing offense 28th, rushing offense 13th, red zone offense 24th, third down offense 26th. Not very good. Passing defense 14th, rush defense 22nd, red zone defense ranked 8th. They allow touchdowns just 54.1% of the time. Their red zone defense is strong, while their third down defense is 3rd worst in the NFL. Their pass rush is 2nd worst in the NFL. Panthers are on a short week after an ugly 29 loss at the 49ers on Monday. Noise canceled score is 19-10 Niners. A week after he threw for a franchise record 448 yards, he threw for 169 and 2 picks and missed a chance to move into sole possession of first place in the NFC South. Rico Dowdle was only given 6 opportunities to run the ball. Crazy, 38 yards. He also led receivers with 4 catches for 36. Tet caught 2 for 35 and a touchdown, but the offense looked awful. 1 of 7 on 3rd down, 0 of 2 in the red zone. The defense couldn't get stops with the game on the line. Let the Niners go 9 of 15 on 3rd and 4th down, 2 of 3 in the red zone. The 2nd worst pass rush in the NFL was completely invisible. Now, the 49ers have a strong offensive line, but 0 sacks, 1 quarterback hit. J.C. Horn had 2 interceptions, and he's in concussion protocol. Mike Jackson had 1. We all noticed when J.C. Horn was off the field in the second half. The Panthers turned those takeaways into 3 points. Chairless, a linebacker, left the game in the first half. He's also in concussion protocol. Guard Chandler Zavala has a calf injury. Cornerback Corey Thornton, an ankle injury. And listen to this. They're gone. They're done. It looks like. Zavala had a walking boot on his left leg, and Thornton was in a cast and crutches. Take it away, Troy, Torrance, Rams, Panthers.
This is a spot I like. I really like this spot. I mean, the history of this market screams to the over. And it screams to the home dog. And it's really hard to back Bryce Young and this Panthers team after what we've just been through and what Canales put us through. That was an embarrassing offensive performance. They still matched the success rate from the 49ers. I'm starting to look at success rate more and more just because I do think it matches the down-to-down success rate of certain teams in specific games as I look at that every single time. First thing I start with is the noise-canceled score, which is heavily predicated on success rate. The defense was surprisingly good. Zone coverages, I feel like they're teaching the zone coverage in theory very, very sound. They did a great job looking for work when no threats were in their specific assignment. And after the first drive, what did the 49ers really do? I don't think they really put up any type of good sequence plays. And it was the offense that was really, really bad. And the 49ers were pretty much getting away with everything defensively, holding, hands to the face, pass interference. And the 49ers and Salah, they came ready. They came with a game plan, and it worked. They pressed the Carolina Panthers. Man press coverage. That's what they played. If it wasn't man press, it was cover 3. I thought we'd see way more cover 3, but they played man press coverage on 50% of snaps, 50%. And Bryce Young and Canales was unwilling to take shots downfield. That's something you need to do. I think that that's something that they're going to see on tape. And actually, the only long shot that they really took downfield, they hit it on the head with the touchdown pass. And I feel like the Rams are riding high off another shellacking of one of their opponents. They did everything to keep that game under the total on some mob shit, in my opinion. They destroyed the Bucs in every conceivable way. This team, I'm very happy. Like you said, very happy with my futures on this team. But I did make a move on this over. I have concerns. I really have no concerns, I should say, on one side of the ball. I should start with that. I don't have any concerns about the Rams being able to put up their share of the 44-point total. Stafford, McVay versus cover 3 cloud and cover 3 match. Sign me up for points being scored. But can the Panthers keep up their end of the bargain, which they're going to need 17-ish points to go over this total? Back at home where their offense, in theory, should be much more comfortable. The Rams in what I would consider to be a letdown spot, especially looking at the history of the home dogs covering in this market and the over against very quality defenses that in this sample. So, off 6 consecutive wins and a primetime win on a short week, I think it's a letdown spot. I think back to the second week of the season where the Titans were able to scrounge together 17 points. They allowed what else? They actually haven't had the best track record on the road. They allowed 23 points, 26 points to San Francisco, 26 points to the Eagles, and then they shut down Baltimore with Cooper Rush at quarterback. So, I don't think that this Rams team have been very overwhelming. I wouldn't say overwhelming, but I do think this Rams defense is very solid. I don't think they've been overwhelming on the road. That doesn't mean they're bad, but a lot of those games on the road are coming off blowout wins. So except for the Ravens where they held them to 3 points and they came off a loss in that one. But I just think it's a perfect spot to buy low on this Panthers team. Although I didn't buy low because I have such a good feeling that, Canales is going to come prepared with a good script on his first and second drives. We need Bryce Young to be successful at least once in the red zone. We need Rico Dowdle to be semi-efficient. And I do think the Rams let down. The optics are very strong in this game. Look at what just happened in both these games. The Rams with a blowout win, the game went under. The Panthers looked offensively challenged, and the game went way under. I moved on the first half over 22.5 at -118. I don't want to play around if the Rams get out to a massive lead where they just milk the clock like we've seen McVay do. I trust their offense to put up points early and often. And instead of depending on the Panthers to push the Rams to score late and worry about a full game, I think I'm better off trusting Canales to put a quality script together. And hopefully they can put up 7 to 10 points in the first half. And if they do, I think this game goes over.
What was the juice on that first half?
-118, 22.5. You might be able to get a similar number, maybe better now.
So week 2 of the NFL season was my worst week of the year. And
we were both on unders. On unders.
Yeah, it was the exact same situation. The Rams were at Tennessee Titans. And I had the Rams double result. They won 33-19. I lost the double result.
Yeah, me too.
We had the first half under 21 and the full game under 42. I took a bath thinking that the Rams would take it lightly, thinking that it would be more of a business trip. It got me. It feels like this is just I
think that plays out inverse. They came out very slow in that game. The score, they were losing by 3 at half, and then they got pushed by the Panthers. I think it might be the opposite in this situation where they come out guns blazing.
Wow, what a really cool stat from our friend Digging. He says, in this scenario where the winner of Sunday Night Football plays the loser of Monday Night Football, the Sunday Night Football winner is 3-10 against the spread and 1-7 against the spread on the road.
I'd like to see that sample.
That's cool. That's a wildly interesting stat. I think that your bet makes sense. I do. I think it makes sense. I mean, what is Canales and the Panthers getting hammered for the last 24 hours is not running the football.
Yeah, they didn't do two things. They didn't run the football, and when they did, they averaged 6 yards a carry. Why didn't they run the ball? Especially in the red zone. I mean, yeah, I agree.
Nobody's going to want to back them this week. Nobody. And I don't think we need to rush into betting them if we want them. And I don't know if we do because, the Rams are an exceptional football team. But this just seems like a tricky spot. It's not like they have a huge game next week. They're at the Cardinals.
I just think that if they're going to cover the game, they're going to go over the total. Because I cannot imagine the cover 3 defense gives Stafford any problems at all. I just can't.
And they're still, Stafford is interested, obviously, in closing his career with an MVP and a Super Bowl championship. So he's still firing away. His statistics have been phenomenal. But we just saw last week's game, soar over first half and shut down second half. I think you're on the right track. I'm going to spend more time with it, but I like where you're at. Troy on the first half over 22.5 -118 has interest in the Panthers. I have interest in both. I'm certainly not going to move anything here at this point. let's roll on. That concludes 1 p.m. games. We move on to 4:05 p.m. Eastern. Minnesota Vikings 4-7, 3-3 on the road. Seattle Seahawks 8-8, 3-2 at home. Just 3-2 at home. Lumen Field, Seattle, Washington. Beautiful weather, by the way. 46 Fahrenheit, mostly cloudy. 1 mile per hour winds. Let's get into the line history for Vikings Seahawks. Our first 4:05 p.m. game. We don't have many games left here. We have a total at 41.5. It's minus 115 to the under. The look ahead was 43.5, and it got bet down to 43. It actually got bet down to 42.5, came back to 43, closed to 43. Reemerged at 43.5. Now we're at 41.5. And, the weather's very nice. And I'm not sold that this is going to be an extremely low-scoring game. The look ahead was 7.5. It closed at 7. It reemerged 4:30 in the morning at 7.5, and then it's just been one-way traffic. 7.5, 8, 8.5, 9, 9.5, 10, 10.5. I mean, it's just a monstrous move towards the Seattle Seahawks. From a cash flow perspective, we have 89% of the money. 89% of the tickets on Seattle and 87% of the cash. We have 60% of the tickets on the over, but 92% of cash on the under, and market moving heavily in that direction. Digging says, would love to be on the Vikings here, but the quarterback situation is frustrating. Peanut said, despite what the talking heads say, McCarthy did get concussed, and for some reason he wasn't pulled. It took a big shot to the head. He is in concussion protocol, but let's start with those Vikings. They host the Commanders next week. Passing offense, second worst in the league. Rushing offense, 21st, being a problem. Red zone offense, 18th. Third down offense, second worst in the league. Their pass defense ranked 30th, but rush defense, 12th. Red zone defense, 4th. They strengthened down there. 48.6% of the time they allow touchdowns. Third down defense, 15th. 37.3% of the time they allow conversions. Their pass rush is 21st. Vikings coming up their third straight loss, 5th in 6 games, 23-6 of the Packers. Noise canceled score was similar, 20-6. Packers outgained the Vikings 288 to 145. Vikings had 4 net yards, 3 turnovers in the second half. I talked about this in that first breakdown for the Packers. The Vikings had not finished a half with 4 yards of total offense since at least 1991. That's as far back as Sports Radar's research goes. The Vikings offense was anemic, 3.3 yards per play, 10 first downs, 2 of 10 on third down and fourth down, 2 of 10 on third and fourth, 1 trip to the red zone. McCarthy, 12 of 19 for 87 yards, no touchdowns, 2 picks. KOC said that McCarthy's been placed in concussion protocol due to symptoms that manifested after Sunday's loss to the Packers. So Max Brosmer is who we expect is going to be getting his first career start. Graduate transfer from FCS New Hampshire. Brosmer played 1 year for FBS Golden Gophers and 13 games. Single season program record. He completed 268 passes, 66.5% clip, 18 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, 137.2 passer rating. KOC said even before he was signed that he thinks that Max Brosmer is one of the most intelligent young quarterbacks he's ever seen and worked with. And he said all that before they signed him. And Brosmer has gone 5 for 8 for 42 yards. He's thrown a long pass of 20 yards and very minimal relief action. We did see him in the preseason, and he looked very good. I know it's the preseason. He completed 60.3% of his passes, 364 yards, 2 touchdowns, and interception. Made 5 passes that were considered big-time passes, 2 turnover-worthy plays. And his average time to throw in the preseason was 2.58 seconds. And that tied for 7th among quarterbacks with 50-plus dropbacks. It's a pretty nice spot because you're going against a very good defense, and the expectations are at the floor. There's no pressure on him. You're not expected to succeed, and the number 1 quarterback has not succeeded. Justin Jefferson led receivers with 4 catches of 48 yards. Aaron Jones ran 9 for 41, caught 3 for 16. The defense tried to keep them in it, but they had a tough time getting the Packers off the field. Packers went 7 of 14 on third down and dominated time of possession, 37-15 to 22-45. 21st ranked pass rush was quiet, 1 sack, 5 quarterback hits. Donovan Jackson and offensive tackle Christian Darrisaw left in the second half, so a guard and an offensive tackle. They're both listed as questionable this week, and Jonathan Greenard missed the second straight game with a shoulder injury. He's listed as questionable this week as well. Omar says Darnold revenge game. He wants to put it to the Vikings here and probably will take the Chicken Hawks to the win, but can't swallow the 10.5 against a Viking team that whipped Detroit at home 3 weeks ago. Rance says preseason is practice. Yeah, and if I had his practice stats, Rance, I would give you those because it's information. Let's talk about the Seattle Seahawks. Next at Atlanta, passing offense ranked 5th, rushing offense ranked 3rd, red zone offense 11th, third down offense ranked 14th. Their defense has been incredible this year. Not at the Rams level, but very good. Pass defense ranked 4th, rush defense 4th, red zone defense 16th, third down defense 6th, and pass rush 10th. Seahawks coming off their 5th win in 6 games, 30-24 victory at Carolina. Noise canceled score was 29-21 Seahawks. After throwing 4 interceptions last week versus the Rams, Darnold was much sharper and didn't take as many risks. 16-26 for 244, 2 touchdowns, no interception. Jackson Smith-Njigba is having one of the finest seasons we've ever seen. 8 more catches for 167 yards and 2 touchdowns. He has the single season receiving yards mark for the Seattle franchise at 1,313 yards. That's through 11 games. So Metcalf's 1,303 was in 2020. He has 11 straight games with at least 75 yards receiving. Only Marvin Harrison, 14 in 2002, and Cooper Kupp, 13 in 2001, have had more games in a single season in NFL history. Kenneth Walker ran 11 times for 71, caught 3 for 30. Offense put up 7.5 yards per play, but was held to 2 of 8 on 3rd and 4th down, just 2 of 4 in the red zone. The defense held the Titans to 4.4 yards per play, but they are the Titans. Held the Titans to 6-17 on 3rd down. Allowed Titans to go 5 for 7 on 4th down, which was a little strange. 2 of 3 in the red zone. Pass rush finished with 4 sacks, 11 quarterback hits, and they have some injuries here. Chaz Surratt, linebacker, he hurt his ankle. George Holani hurt his hamstring in the first half, and he's, a special teams piece. And then safety Ty Okada hurt it in his oblique muscle. They're all expected to be placed on IR tomorrow. So those 3 are all expected to be out. Troy Torrance, take it away, my man.
This is a really weird, interesting market because we really never see this market this late in the season. Like this entire sample's within the first 10 weeks. So I don't know how much we want to put equity into the history of this market being in favor of the Seahawks, covering the spread and absolutely trouncing a team by 34-14, 33-27, 20-14. I see a lot of blowouts in this market type, but look at this is all early in the season. So I don't know how much equity I put in that. That turned me off almost right away. But I think JJ McCarthy, he's been terrible. Don't get me wrong. I already called him the worst NFL quarterback in NFL history based on his EPA per play. Not the most talented quarterback coming out of college. Certainly not ready for the NFL. And that doesn't help that he got injured and missed all of his rookie season. Then he gets injured and missed most of this season. And I don't want to completely write him off. I'm not trying to make a case for him being a good quarterback. I'm just saying I don't want to completely write him off. But honestly, I look at Max Brosmer coming in, and I actually want to back this kid. Like, it can't be much worse than what we just seen. He has great assets around him. He has O'Connell in his corner calling the plays. I would expect the Vikings offense to be better than what we've seen. But then I look at this market dropping 3 points, and I don't know. I can't make a case for either side in this game. I don't want to be on the over in the face of this 3-point move to the under. I don't want to be on the Seahawks and sell this Vikings team ultimately low. I'm off this game. I'd be on the Vikings. I'd be on the over, but I'm passing.
Yeah, it's not an appealing spot here. I mean, I don't know what we'd really be looking for to make a move. It's a pretty heavy move towards Seattle. And, Seattle's at Atlanta next week. It's not like they have, the Rams or the Niners on deck. I don't see the appeal. I don't really... I would try to get over this total. But again, I think you're right. Like, do you want to get in front of a move that this is so big to the under?
And I do think you can make a case that the Vikings defense will find some success, but not if the Seahawks could establish a run game and then they could pivot with the play action. And that should halt the advance of the Vikings Flores blitz. So tough spot.
Do you think Justin Jefferson, Addison, do you think they're a little bit excited to have a different quarterback throwing to them this week with no expectations, no pressure?
They're closet happy for sure.
Diggins says Vikings front seven could cause trouble, mostly resemble Texans and Rams D, which Seahawks struggle against. And what do you think about Brosmer's ability to get the ball out so quickly? And KOC talking about how smart he is. Is it possible that he just, plays a really clean game and only throws let's say 16 passes and doesn't make mistakes, tries to find Jefferson and, short, 5-6 yard slants, focus on those short kind of intermediate throws. And am I digging too hard to find a reason to want the dog here in this spot?
I don't want to expect that. I don't want to expect that. I mean, there's a reason this kid was at New Hampshire, wherever he was, as a 4-year starter. There's a reason why he only took 8, had 8 attempts in the NFL so far. So he could be just talking up his guy, just trying to, instill some confidence in the Viking faithful.
Yeah, looks like I'm trying too hard. Let's talk about the next game, because this is a game I wanted, but I didn't move on it. I wanted the under first half and full game in Buffalo, Pittsburgh. The Steelers have been playing. The Steelers defense is just a Jekyll and Hyde show on the road and at home. I mean, they're just two different defenses. It looks like they're different teams playing. And we have 15-mile-per-hour winds. And am I scared of this Bills wide receiving crew to make big plays? I'm not. And I expect Aaron Rodgers to be back this week. And I mean, at this point, Mason Rudolph. Sorry. We've been playing Monopoly here. We have Vancouver Canucks Opoly, and Mason Raymond is sorry. Mason Raymond is my head, old Canuckle head. But Mason Rudolph has been good. Are you impressed with what Mason Rudolph has done? Do you think there could ever be a quarterback controversy here?
Yeah, I think there could be a quarterback controversy. But I will say I was against the Bears defense, who hasn't really, been that good, in the Bengals. And, they haven't been very good. I don't know. I don't think there's going to be a quarterback controversy, to be honest. I think it's Aaron Rodgers' job.
Oh, it's certainly his job. No doubt about it. Do you expect Rodgers to be in? Because everything I've read, I expect him to be in this week.
Yes, I expect him to be in.
All right, well, let's roll here. Let's set up this line, history, and cash flow. We have the Bills minus 3.5 at minus 115. The look ahead was 3.5, got up to 4.5, closed at 4, reemerged at 3. Wasn't a real 3, it was minus 125, got to 3.5. Being a 5-cent move towards these Bills. Let's get to the total for this one. From a total perspective, we have a 47.5. This opened up, or the look ahead was 47. It reemerged to 47.5, and it hasn't moved. I was looking at 48s today, and I'm looking at it here. This opened up at 48 at 7:19 p.m. on Sunday night. It's moved 3 cents towards the under at 48. It's the only 48 I see. So I'm going to check a couple different spots here to see if I can beat that. And again, the Bills are minus 3.5. Let's take a look at the cash flow and see if it's 48 across the board. There's not. That's only it's a very sharp book hanging a 48, and it's the only one. Here, the legal books are all hanging 47s. Caesars has a juice to the over, so does the ESPN bet, but the others don't. Cash flow wise, here we have 57% of the tickets and 62% of the cash on the Buffalo Bills. So Circa has not given us their numbers, but they opened this up at 3.5 on Sunday night. They haven't touched it. And then we have 66% of the tickets and 65% of the cash on the under. Rand says the first half under makes sense. Again, I mentioned that this was one I wanted, but I didn't have the confidence to move on it yet. I do think that the weather helps. 40 Fahrenheit, light rain, 15-mile-per-hour winds. The Bills host the Bengals next. I don't think that this will be any kind of look ahead. Londo says the Bills should be -7. The Steelers are a different team at home, so I don't agree personally. Passing offense ranked 9th for the Bills, rushing offense 4th, red zone offense 8th, third down offense 4th. It's amazing what Josh Allen's doing with a ragtag group. Not a ragtag running back. He's got an incredible running back. Pass defense ranked 20th, rush defense 29th. We thought that Ogunjobi and Hoyt were going to change things, and Hoyt gets hurt right away. Ogunjobi's okay. There's nothing being changed. Red zone defense ranked 15th. Third down defense 16th. Pass rush is ranked 7th. Bills coming off extra rest and prep after suffering a 23-19 loss at the Texans on Thursday night. Noise canceled score was 21-16 Texans. Josh Allen 24-34, 253 and 2 picks. No touchdowns. It was the offensive line that looked horrible. It's crazy, Troy, because I was even saying before the game started when we were doing our live stream, I was saying, I know that the Texans have this very dangerous pass rush, but the Bills pass block, and still it's ranked 5th. 5th. They should give Josh Allen time to make decisions. He certainly did not have that time. He was sacked 8 times, hit 12 times. Shakir caught 8 for 110. He did lose a fumble. James Cook ran 17 times for 116 yards, a touchdown, caught 3 for 13. The 116 yards rushing gave him 1,084. That's his 3rd straight 1,000-yard season. So he's the 3rd player in Bills franchise history to do that. Thurman Thomas did that 8 times, and O.J. Simpson did it 5 times. The Bills' offense was held to just 4.9 yards per play, 5 of 16 on third down, finished 0 of 2 in the red zone. The defense held the Texans to just 2 of 12 on third down, 2 of 4 in the red zone. Pass rush is quiet, man. 0 sacks, 4 quarterback hits, and more problems, huge problems. And this is why it's not a 7, Londo. Terrell Bernard left with an elbow injury in the 3rd quarter. He's going to be placed on injured reserve tomorrow or was put later today. Maxwell Hairston, the 1st-round pick who changed everything playing on the corner, he left with a concussion. He's in protocol. And 1st-round picks, they don't come back 6 days, 7 days later. They don't. Is that fair to say, Troy? The 1st-round picks don't.
No, yeah, they're not coming back. So
you take Terrell Bernard and Maxwell Hairston off of this already kind of beat-up defense, and that's problems. That's problems. And then we have the Steelers. Who do they have next week? At Baltimore. Division on the line. Now, you try not to look ahead and past the Bills, but that is a monstrous football game. Passing offense ranked 26th. Rushing offense 19th. Red zone offense 3rd. Third down offense 12th. The offense is better than I expected it to be. Pass defense 17th. Rush defense 8th. Red zone defense 11th, third down defense 27th, and the 3rd-ranked pass rush in the NFL. The Steelers coming off a wild 31-28 loss to Chicago, dropped them in a tie atop the AFC North with the Ravens. Noise canceled score was 24-22 Bears. Aaron Rodgers still dealing with the fractured left wrist, non-throwing arm. Rudolph went 24-31 for 171 touchdown interception. He also lost a fumble. And Tomlin said that Rodgers will be limited practice participant in the early portion of the week, and the Steelers have great optimism that he will be available on Sunday. Tomlin said, quote, unquote, I'm comfortable with his general trajectory. He was unable to attack the Bears' injury-riddled secondary. Calvin Austin led the Steelers with 4 catches, 36 yards. Passing game was not in fine form, but the rush attack looked really strong. Gainwell and Jalen Warren combined to run 18 times for 160 yards, touchdown, catch 6 for 30. They're 2 running backs who never got the chance to be number ones, and they're really they look great. Offense was 8 of 14 on third down, perfect 3 for 3 in the red zone. They aren't smash mouth running backs, but they're playing well. The defense could not get stops with the game on line. Bears 8 of 14 on 3rd and 4th down, perfect 3 of 3 in the red zone. The Steelers' 3rd-ranked pass rush once again looked meek on the road. 1 sack and 2 quarterback hits. A cornerback, Joey Porter Jr., hurt his leg in the first half, returned to the game, and then left again with a hip injury. And Metcalf is banged up, but he's going to try to play. Offensive tackle Broderick Jones suffered a stinger in the 4th quarter. He's already been ruled out, so it's more than a stinger. And defensive tackle Derek Harmon also has been ruled out. He got hurt versus the Bears. Take it away. So Broderick Jones, offensive tackle, Derek Harmon, defensive tackle, have already been ruled out. Take it away, Troy Torrence. This is such an interesting cap. The Bills at the Steelers.
I'm just curious what you got for odds logic cash flow. Again, I might have missed that part early because I'm still doing some things, tying up some of these loose ends on these last games.
57% of the tickets, 62% of the cash on the Buffalo Bills. Why? What's action have?
About the same, but on the Steelers. It's about the same, but it's flipped to being on the Steelers. So, I've cashed 6 consecutive games now with betting the side in the Steelers game. It doesn't mean I bet on the Steelers. I faded them a lot. Faded them this past week. I bought them against the Colts. I bought them against the Bengals. And that's two things, two of the bullet points or data points that I want to call out here. Especially because I was looking at the same thing as you, the home road splits for the Steelers team. Are they that much different at home than they are on the road? But, those 2 spots where I did back the Steelers at home against the Bengals and the Colts, those were outlier, very, very favorable situations. The Colts outdoors, on grass, on the road for the first time all season. And then Bengals and Flacco, the first time they showed Ramsey at safety playing with 2 high safeties after Flacco had seen them playing cover 1, cover 3. That's really 2 great spots for the Steelers. And if you look at the other home performances now, that's back before their defense is the way it is now with the 2 high shell with Ramsey. They were not very good. I mean, they were good against the Browns. And the Bills are another team that I like. So basically what I'm saying is I kind of want to fade the Steelers. I want to continue to fade the Steelers. And the Bills are a team that I've wanted to fade as well. I faded them last week with this Texans first half and with the under in that game, which correlated with the Texans. You want to bet against the Bills, against good or great defenses, and against, efficient rushing attacks. Now, I don't know if the Steelers fit either of those 2 categories. Now, you can make a case for it, but I personally don't believe that they do fit. I don't think they have a good defense. I don't think that they have a quality, efficient rushing attack because they have no explosive options to send down the field. At least the Texans had Nico Collins that would at least stretch them vertically. DK Metcalf, I guess you can make a case that it's going to be the same situation. But it's not like the Texans were overly efficient on offense. The fact of the matter was that the defense absolutely locked they clamped up the Bills. I don't think the Steelers are going to be able to clamp up the Bills, especially considering Josh Allen is better versus 2 high safeties. We have a superior team, awful loss in a great market environment. I always want to fade these home dogs that open 3, 3.5, 4, even if the market starts to move their way, which I don't know if we're going to get in this case. But I'm only looking towards the Bills in this game. If we see the public sentiment start to flip on action, I'll definitely start to reconsider my position. I haven't moved on this yet. I feel like we have time. I don't think, if you want to back the Bills, I think you can wait and be comfortable about it. I also think the under is a good look in this game. I don't think the Steelers are going to be as efficient as one might think against this weak Bills defense. And, I guess the Bills and under right now is the way I'm leaning.
I'm getting cold feet on the under. I'm not going to bet the over. I think that the 50 mile per hour winds, some light rain will change sort of the course of action for these offenses. But you take Terrell Bernard and Maxwell Hairston off of this defense. Look, I'm a huge Cole Bishop fan. Like they still have pieces, but they're banged up. Now you take those 2 guys off, and then the Bills are a buy low spot for sure. The Steelers are more than the sum of their parts at home and less on the road. It's a wild dichotomy. I don't think I can do anything at this point. I mean, it's basically you're betting on Josh Allen.
Yeah,
that's it. You're saying Josh Allen will handle this. Josh Allen, James Cook will take care of this. But if this was nice weather, I would be on this over for sure. I'd be on first half over, full game over, even though I would flip. Because I'm now sitting here thinking about this Bills defense, who are not good with Bernard and Maxwell Hairston in. Maxwell Hairston looks incredible. So I'm gonna just stay off at this point. It's such a fun game to cap. Troy's talking about us having a second show where we can kind of hammer these games again, and I do see how that would be very advantageous for us and for me personally. Rose says, isn't Tomlin 75% against spread as a home dog? If it's close to that rate, but I won't be on Pittsburgh here anyway. The look ahead comment, what do you think about let's just close on that. We'll move on. What do you think about the fact that they have at Baltimore on deck?
I think that's a huge. Oh yeah. Oh, that's huge. I can't believe I didn't touch on that. Yeah, that's definitely a look ahead spot because in essence, this game doesn't matter if they can close out the Ravens in the season series.
I thought you're right. They can lose this game. They just have to have all hands on deck next week. And then, okay, so I guess, and then you have been handling this situation where the Steelers will get 6 turnovers and take out the Colts to hold them 20 points at home, and then allow 31 points to the Bears on the road. So if even with Hairston and Bernard out, you still are close to the Bills.
Yes. I can only look towards the Bills, and usually I would have already bet this spot. But yeah, you're right. I like the contrast. I like the public to see the Steelers lose and then fade them, and then see the Steelers win and then fade them, or then buy them. That's not what's going to be the case. So it's not going to be as easy as it has been to fade the Steelers.
Oh, it's a lot of moving parts, but I think we know what's going to happen with the injury report, right? We're not sitting here. I mean, maybe Joey Porter's in. That's about it. Everything else, we're pretty sure. Like Bernard's about to be placed on IR. Maxwell Harrison, first round pick's not going to come back, so they're going to be out. Opula says if the Steelers are so bad, why is the line 3.5 only? It's because you can say that they're so bad. You can also say they're 4-2 at home. They shut down the number 1 offense in the league in the Colts, and we're in complete control of that game. So are they so bad? Well, yeah, they're so bad on the road, but this game's at Acrisure Stadium. And
What about the Bills? Yeah, what about the Bills? What about the Bills? How bad are they on the road? They lost to Atlanta.
Yeah.
They lost to Miami. They lost to Houston.
Yeah, these are again, the
it's
reason
a
why
strong line. I think the 3.5, 4 is a strong line.
I do too. I agree, but the Steelers are really good at home, and the Bills are questionable on the road, and the Bills just lost 2 key pieces. This line makes perfect sense to me. There's no surprise here. I'm lower on the Steelers than others. I was with Troy. We both faded them last week. All right, let's roll on to our next spot on the board. 4:25 p.m. Eastern. Las Vegas Raiders 2-9, 1-4 on the road at the LA Chargers 7-4, 4-2 at home at SoFi Stadium in Inglewood, California. Let's get into the line history here for this one. The Chargers off their bye week and coming off getting destroyed at Jacksonville. The look ahead was 8.5, dropped down to 7.5, reemerged at 9.5, got up to 10, back to 9.5. So it's sitting here with a pretty strong move towards the Chargers. From a total side of things here, we have a 41, very low number. The look ahead was 43.5. It got bet down to 42. Reemerged on Sunday night at 41.5. Right now at a 41, very low. I have a bias with Geno Smith that's been costing me money. I could have just been on the Browns team total over, but I was on the first half over and the full game over in that game because in my head, Geno Smith still throws the ball 45 times and can do something. Watching him play is, you can see that I've been very wrong, and that's a bias that's affecting me. The Raiders host the Broncos next week for a 2-9 team. I don't think it's a look ahead. Cash flow wise here, 75% of the tickets and 78% of cash is on the Chargers. And we don't have total information. I can go over to Action to get the total information, and I will do that right now. The total here for this spot is 68% of the tickets, 66% of cash on the over. I mean, that makes the under appealing. But let's talk about the Raiders. 29th ranked passing offense, 30th ranked rushing offense. This is a bad team. Red zone offense, 28, 48.2% touchdown rate. Third down offense, 25th. They convert 36.2% of the time. Their passing defense, second worst in the NFL, 31st. Rush defense, 28th. Red zone defense, 20th. Third down defense, fourth worst in the NFL. They allow 43% conversion rate. Their pass rush is 21st. It looks worse than that. The Raiders coming off their 8th loss, 9 games, ugly 24-10 setback at home to the Browns. Noise cancel score was a little closer, 17-14 Browns. The Raiders punted 8 times, turned it over on downs twice, and lost a fumble. Geno was 30 of 44. So, I mean, he's still, like, look at these stats. 30 of 44 for 285 yards. And I can't get in over 36. and the Browns put up 24 points for me, and I can't get over 36, it makes me want to smash something. Lockett led receivers with 4 catches for 62 yards. I like Lockett, and I'm happy that he's found a chance to continue his career, but he's certainly not a WR1. Trey Tucker better step up for this team or they got no chance. Ashton Genty, 17 carries for 50 yards, caught 8 for 58 and touchdown, but the offensive line was atrocious. They allowed Geno Smith to get sacked 10 times and hit 20 times. Raiders offense finished with 3.6 yards per play, 5 of 20 on 3rd and 4th down, only 1 red zone opportunity. The defense tried to keep them in it. Held the Browns to 3 of 12 on 3rd down, 2 of 3 in the red zone. Pass rush had 1 sack, 5 quarterback hits. Max Crosby led the Raiders with 8 tackles, had a career of 5 tackles for a loss. Crosby's giving out max effort. He must. Snowden had an interception. Michael Meyer, tight end, was injured in the second quarter, and Ashton Genty left in the fourth quarter. Both are listed as questionable for this week, but are expected to play. The Chargers here. They host the Eagles on Monday Night Football next week. Is that a look-ahead spot in your estimation, Troy?
I would say no. Because they're coming off an embarrassing loss in a bye week. I feel like they're going to come in locked in.
AM says Raiders plus 10. Skydragon says Chargers or Miami for Survivor. I'm using the Chargers for Survivor, DG. Raiders plus 10 says AM, the bounce back dog. Bet the road team when they're below average squad, coming off a loss of 8+ points, facing a divisional opponent. That does make a lot of sense. The only problem for me, AM, is exactly what Troy just mentioned. They're coming off their worst loss in the Harbaugh era, 35-6 at Jacksonville. They host the Eagles on Monday, which I agree with Troy. It's not necessarily a look ahead. Passing offense ranked 8th, rushing offense 2nd. Their red zone offense been bad all year, 25th. They score touchdowns 50% of the time. 3rd down offense 3rd, 45.8% of the time they convert. They're very good there. Pass defense 9th, rush defense 20th. Red zone defense is really good, 6th in the league. They allow touchdowns 52.8% of the time. 3rd down defense 5th, 35.4% of the time they allow conversions, and their pass rush has struggled, 23rd. So the offensive line looked horrific. Trevor Penning had the week under his belt, so they brought him in the lineup. They benched Mekhi Becton, who's been so bad, and they gave up 3 sacks, 5 tackles for a loss, 6 quarterback hits. Herbert just had his worst performance in the Harbaugh era, 10 of 18 for 81 yards and interception. The offensive line looked horrible. The Chargers had 35 yards of offense in the second half, 2.06 yards per play. And, Jesse Minter's defense, it did not look good. The run game was struggling before Vidal sustained the thigh injury. Now, Omarion Hampton might be able to return from IR. So we'll know for sure tomorrow. That would be a big boost. Khalil Mack, Tuipulotu, Owe, they've made this, they've made this pass rush much better. Owe was doing nothing in Baltimore. 0 sacks through 5 games. He had 4 in his first 4 games. Tuipulotu had 4 sacks in a 5-game span as soon as Owe came back. Mack had 3 in his first 4 games after returning from injury. So it was just a terrible performance in Jacksonville because the pass rush looked good everywhere else. 13 sacks against Minnesota, Tennessee, and Pittsburgh on that 3-game winning streak. And those 3, Owe, Mack, and Tuipulotu, had 8 of them. Take it away for us here, Troy. Is this just a Chargers smash and grab?
I mean, it could be, but I'm definitely not going to be on the side of the Chargers. I'm not going to be on the side of the Raiders in this spot. If you profile the opening line in a divisional game, a non-primetime divisional game, where the line opens between 9.5 and 10.5. I mean, we're looking at an open at 10. There is no quantifiable edge on either side. Honestly, if anything, it would be a Raiders money line spot if you're going to say that if you're going to put all your equity in the database, but I'm certainly not going to do that in this case because I really wanted to back the Chargers coming into this handicap, coming off of their worst loss that I've ever seen. Especially with Harbaugh at the coach, at the head coaching position, and a bye week to prepare for this Raiders team that's seemingly waving the white flag on the season. There's no way I'm going to have any type of money on the Raiders. It would have to be Chargers, maybe money line parlay, maybe a 10-point teaser. This is something I'm not very interested in, especially with all the action that we have available this week. So I'm passing on this spot, Jimmy.
Now, one thing that I've always believed, Dougie, and again, this is up for debate, of course, but the bye takes a little bit of the extreme need for a bounce back away. Not that it doesn't exist, but if you're back 7 days later, you better step up. If it's 14 days later, it lessens a little bit. Do you agree with that, Troy?
Yeah, definitely agree with that. But trust me, I don't know. I'm not going to say trust me. I would doubt that Harbaugh will let them forget that every time they stepped into a meeting, which I'm sure they probably had 3 or 4 days off completely. So really tough spot. Spot that I don't see any edge in.
And I can understand AM's angle here. And Dougie White says he would never lay 10 here. He just means that they definitely win. Yeah, they're going to take care of business here. It feels like the Raiders haven't given up, but they're close.
And I just look at this offensive line, and then the fact that the Jaguars were able to do that to Minter's defense, I mean, that just told me that I had the Chargers team potentially completely wrong. Maybe that was just a bad spot for them. Probably was, but 35-6, and they just got diced up by Trevor Lawrence and one of the worst quarterbacks in the league. This offensive line, there's not one guy that's grading out in the top half of their respective position. Honestly, most of these guys are towards the bottom 2% of their respective positions. So I don't.
Oh, their offensive line's atrocious.
That's terrible. And if anything, that's the strength of the Raiders, right? With Crosby.
With just Crosby, but yeah, I mean Crosby for a sack would probably have to be bet. All right, I don't know exactly what to do with the spot here. I don't want the Raiders. I kind of only want the Chargers, but again, I agree with the hesitation, and I understand why AM is on them. I get that. Let's talk Sunday night football. We'll be back in action here on Pub Sports Radio for this one. Denver Broncos 9-2, 3-2 on the road. Washington Commanders 3-8, 2-3 at home. We're at Northwest Stadium in Landover, Maryland. 45 Fahrenheit, light rain, 9-mile-per-hour winds. Let's get into the line history here for our second to last game on the board. This total is a 43.5. Look ahead was 43.5. And then it moved to 44. Wow. Moved 7 minutes ago. So it just moved to 44. From a point spread perspective here, we have a 6.5. Broncos 6.5 point favorites. Look ahead with 6.5. Kind of bounced back and forth for 6.5 to 7. It did close at 7, but it was plus money on the -7 for the Broncos. It reemerged at 6.5, and it stayed there the whole time. So since its reemergence, this has moved 14 cents towards the Commanders, and maybe that's predicated on Jaden Daniels' return. From a total standpoint, we did already 43.5. Okay, so let's roll into the cash flow. Cash flow wise, we have 85% of the tickets on the Broncos, 71% of the cash, 60% of tickets on the over, 92% of cash on the under, and I have cashed already, Troy, my under 9.5 wins for the Washington Commanders.
I cashed that one with you.
Yes, I cannot wait to. I'm going to wait a bit, but I can't wait to show everybody the futures market that from our future shows that we did here, how much money I'm going to make. It's wonderful, and I need it. Let's roll. We're going to talk about the Broncos first here. Broncos first. We have them. They're at the Raiders next week. It's not a look ahead, but it's a divisional game they want to win. We have passing offense ranked 11th, rushing offense 11th, red zone offense 15th, third down offense 18th. Their pass defense is ranked 13th. Rush defense is ranked 5th. They're on pace to break the sack record, and they're ranked 9th in their pass rush. What do you make of that, Troy?
Say that one more. Ask the question one more time, Jimmy.
They are on pace to have the most sacks in the history of the National Football League. And yet they're ranked 9th by Pro Football Focus in their pass rush.
Yeah, I think that's because they're blitzing at the highest rate in the NFL, and a lot of their sacks could be attributed to a great secondary, great coverage. Then it could be than it would be their pass rush specifically. Because I watched the tape, and I don't think there's any type of elite pass rush that I'm watching. I've never thought that watching the Broncos.
Wow, Jaden Daniels announced out. I had him coming back. Unlikely to play.
And the line is just ticking towards the Commanders.
Wow. I thought he was going to be back here. Wow. He says he wanted to be out there. I'm ready to go. He's returning to practice. Wow. That's wild. That's wild. And so we're getting a similar move here as the Burrow Flacco.
Yeah.
And of course, the Bengals covered and should have covered easier. Wow. Wow, that's wild. Because, wow. Okay. So let's talk about the Broncos here. First-ranked red zone defense, first-ranked third down defense, fifth-ranked rush defense, 13th pass defense, and that ninth pass rush that Troy answered very well. Broncos coming up their bye week. They were last seen in that big 22-19 home victory over the Chiefs in week 11. Seventh comeback of the season. Seventh win in a one-score game. Their eighth straight victory overall. Their 11th straight win at home. And all everybody talks about is how bad Bo Nix is. It's wild. And I'm not saying they're wrong. I think it's wild. They've already rallied to beat the defending champion Eagles 21-17 by outscoring them 18-0 in the fourth. They had an even bigger comeback against the Giants at home. They snapped a streak in which 1,602 consecutive games when leading by 18 points. NFL teams had won 1,602 games when leading by 18 points in the final 6 minutes. They snapped that streak. Last year, the Broncos were 1-6 in one-score games, and the Chiefs were 12-0. This year, Denver's 7-2, and the Chiefs are 1-5. They are on pace for 76 sacks. They have handled Patrick Surtain and Dre Greenlaw out for stretches. J.K. Dobbins doesn't have a season-ending foot injury anymore. They're starting to say that he could come back in the playoffs. But this is a team that leads the league in punts, leads the league in penalties. Now Surtain is returning. Surtain missed 3 games with a strained pectoral. Also, leading tackler Alex Singleton is returning. That's huge for them. And the last time the Broncos won 9 of their first 11 games, they won the Super Bowl in 2015. Broncos at the Commanders, coming off their bye week as well. 7th-ranked passing offense, 15th-ranked rush offense, 2nd-ranked red zone offense, which is wild. Third down offense ranked 17th. This is the worst pass defense in the National Football League. That's a situation that the Broncos will struggle taking advantage of. Rush defense ranked 18th, red zone 24th, third down defense 24th, pass rush 18th. They were last seen that 16-13 overtime loss in Madrid, and I thought Jaden Daniels was going to be back this week. Sprained left knee, bad right hamstring, and then dislocated left elbow. It did not require surgery. I thought he was coming back after the bye. Scary Terry McLaurin missed 7 of the past 8 games. Noah Brown's on IR. Austin Eckler was lost week 2. Marshawn Lattimore and Trey Amos, the 2 starting quarterbacks, 2 defensive ends, and Dietrich Weiss and Dorrance Armstrong are on IR, as a safety Will Harris. I mean, it's just horrific. The defense is being abysmal. Quinn took over play calling from Joe Witt before week 11, and the Commanders have looked, better. They still aren't getting any turnovers. They only have 6 this year. They're allowing 387 yards per game. They're bad, but they did hold Miami to 13 points in regulation, 142 yards passing, and 3 of 11 on 3rd and 4th down. So Deebo Samuel also had his best game, 7 catches, 74 yards, and Washington's only touchdown. He needs to step up. Matt Gay was cut. Marcus Mariota has 7 touchdown passes, 5 interceptions. They're 1-4 in his starts. And with Jaden Daniels out, just like in that Flacco Burrow spot, let's just take one last look at it, because I was thinking that was the line with Daniels in. We're sitting here at 6.5. Daniels announced out, and this doesn't move towards the Broncos. Troy Torrence, take it away.
This is a tricky spot, but I think it's very clear as to who the right side is in this game. You got Jaden Daniels, who gets announced out, and the line ticks down from 7 to 6.5. The history of that line movement, without knowing the quarterback situation, is extremely bullish for the Commanders. It's also bullish for the under. The Broncos are a team I've considered fraudulent nearly the entire season. I think Bo Nix is trash. I've listed it out week in and week out now for like 6 or 7 weeks, and I continue to look like a jag-off, kinda, because they continue to pull out these wins. Here's a list of fraudulent wins the Broncos have had: the Chiefs, the Raiders, the Texans, the Giants, the Jets, the Eagles. That's 6 of their 9 wins. Their only real wins this season, in my opinion, the Titans was with a rookie in week 1 of his first NFL career start. The Bengals with Jake Browning, who's every bit as bad as J.J. McCarthy. And the Cowboys in a smash spot before the Cowboys picked up these defensive pieces. The Cowboys off a primetime win with like 80% of the public tickets on them. You know, I want to sell this Broncos team. I want to sell them. I think this number is short. I'm sure, the defense is solid. I don't want to talk shit about this Broncos defense that much more. I was talking about regression. I think we have seen regression from what they were putting up last year. But the red zone defense is so good, and I tried to figure out why that was. Why were they so good against the Chiefs? And I'm shocked to see man coverage work in the NFL with teams' abilities to set these pseudo picks and to attack the flats against man coverage. But they've been so good at it. It's because their communication is so well. They're so well coached, especially in the red zone. How they play man coverage in the red zone is impressive, I will say. So it's not like I can make a case that the Commanders are going to be super successful offensively, which all this conversation is making me think that the under is to play in this game. The Commanders had a great defensive performance relative to expectations against the Dolphins. They have a bye week, which is part of my reason I haven't moved on this game yet. How do we account for the Commanders coming off a bye week with really no hope? They're benching their quarterback that could be back in the game. It's hard to make a case for a team like that. They just spent 7 days away from the stadium. I don't want to say 7 days away from the stadium. They had some time off, and now they come back knowing that their season is pretty much a one-way ticket. And, it's a tough game. I have not moved on it yet. I'm leaning Commanders. I'm leaning the under. There's no way I bet on the Broncos.
As much as Dan Quinn might not make the right X's and O's decisions and adjustments.
Well, here's the thing about Dan Quinn, actually, too. He likes to play cover 1, cover 3. And this is the same reason I bet on the Raiders against Bo Nix and the Broncos. Bo Nix is historically bad for single high safeties and cover 3 specifically.
And what I was going to say was that he's still a great motivator and a cheerleader. He's got that Campbell-esque pumped up. He pumps these guys up. He gets them ready to go. This is just, I'm going to try not to focus so much on that Flacco-Burrow thing. But when Burrow was announced out and the line stays there or moves slightly towards Flacco, we know the story. And this is telling us the same story. I'm not going to bet on Washington tonight or anything like that, and I think that you probably nailed it with the under. And it's not confirmed that Surtain will be back this week here. Dougie Wise, it's not what you usually know all that from the Wednesday injury report, but they are hoping that Terry's back for this here. But again, he's missed 7 of 8 here. The very last thing I read was, again, just not. Let's just see if I can do one last thing, and then we'll move on to our Monday nighter here. See if I can get one last thing on Scary Terry, because I had a couple different articles up here. So he's still listed as questionable everywhere. And, he's practicing. So they expect him to be back, but are they mailing it in? I think we need to know. Omar, I thought he was in. Okay. Hackett says it won't matter. Surtain will shut him down. Again, he may not for sure be back. Again, that tomorrow's injury report will be very big. Let's move on to Monday Night Football. Monday Night Football, New York Giants and New England Patriots, at Gillette Stadium in Foxborough, Massachusetts. 39 Fahrenheit, mostly cloudy, 8 miles per hour. I think if I had more time, I probably would have moved on the under already It's sitting here. It's not moving at 46.5. The last move was, almost 20 hours ago. The look ahead was 46.5, and it got up to 47.5. It reemerged at 48, so it is dropping. But the dropping is kind of taken place already. So we're sitting here at a 46.5. From point spread standpoint here, we have the Patriots minus 7.5 at minus 103. It's same as the look ahead. It reemerged at 7. So it has moved a half point towards the Patriots. Cash flow wise for the Monday Nighter, 73% of the tickets, 81% of cash on the Patriots, 57% of tickets on the over, 92% of cash on the under. Certainly a lot of money on the under. Now, Circa's moved it from 47.5 to 46.5 at least. There's not inclement weather, but it's not nice. 39 Fahrenheit, mostly cloudy, 8-mile-per-hour winds. The Giants host the Commanders next up. So let's get this one rolling. Giants passing offense ranked 17th, rushing offense 4th, red zone offense 29th, and their third down offense 11th, 41.5%. At this point, do we think Dart will be back? Jameis has looked great, but are they going to hold Dart out, make sure he's better? Concussions are dangerous. Passing defense for the Giants ranked 24th. It's the worst rush defense in the NFL, second worst red zone defense in the NFL. Third down defense ranked 21st. Pass rush ranked 12th. Giants coming up their 6th straight loss, falling 34-27 in overtime at the Lions. It's their 5th time they've lost a game when leading in the fourth quarter. Last month at Denver, we talked about the first team since at least 1970 to lead by 18-plus points in final 6 minutes and lose in regulation. The noise cancel score was 37-35 Lions. Kafka went for it on 4th and goal from the 6 with 2:59 left, and the Giants leading by 3 points instead of kicking a short field goal that would have forced Detroit to score a touchdown. And I just, for the life of me, I don't understand why a coach needs to be a hero. Why someone would rather be a hero than a winner. Why do you have to be a hero? Kafka?
I was so happy he made that decision, man. I was so happy because he was feeling himself, man. He drew up, Jameis Winston caught a touchdown pass, broke a tackle, scored. He was just in his own bag. He got caught in his own stubbornness.
I would not want someone who wants to be a hero, the coach of my football team. If you want to be a hero, go fight fires, asshole. So Bates kicks a 59-yard field goal, matches a franchise record to tie the game. And I honestly don't want my coach. The players are supposed to be the heroes, Kafka. The Giants outgained the Lions 517 to 494. Jameis Winston was 18 of 36 for 366 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. And he caught that beautiful 33-yard touchdown pass, ran 4 times for 13 yards. That was the play of the year. Wan'Dale Robinson caught 9 for 156 in the touchdown. Tyrone Tracy ran 20 times for 62 yards, caught 3 passes for 68 yards. The offense was 8 of 16 on third down, averaged 6.7 yards per play. Giants were 1 of 3 in the red zone. The defense, though, allowed the Lions to put up 7.6 yards per play. Pass rush had 3 sacks, 7 quarterback hits. Javon Holland had an interception. So concussion from Dart and Kayvon Thibodeau with the shoulder injury. They both missed their 2nd straight game. Paulson Odebo missed his 5th game in a row. And then they lose Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles, linebacker. He's listed as questionable this week. It's a neck injury. Then we have the Patriots. Who do the Patriots have on deck? They host the Bills.
After the bye,
yeah. That's important. Passing offense ranked 4th. Rushing offense 32nd. Red zone offense 20th. And third down offense 7th. Pass defense ranked 5th. Rush defense 21st. This is the worst red zone defense in the NFL, and it's confusing. 73.1% of the time they're allowing touchdowns. Their third down defense ranked 7th, 35.6%, and their pass rush 17th right now. Patriots coming up their 9th straight win, 26-20 victory at the Bengals. Noise cancel score was 24-15 Patriots. Drake made 22 of 35 for 294 touchdown and pick. He also ran 5 times for 22 yards. Hunter Henry caught 7 passes for 115 yards and a touchdown. Shout out to Spenny Pennybombs, who had all the Hunter Henry props on our NFL Pub Hub. NFL Pub Hub had a monster week this week. I love to see it. Some huge weeks from Spenny Penny Bombs, from AM, who swept the board, from Justin McKelvey. It's great to see. Travion Henderson went 18 for 66. He also caught 3 for 15. Offense was underwhelming, but got the job done. Patriots were just 5 of 14 on 3rd and 4th down and 0 of 2 in the red zone. New England won despite their whole left side of the offensive line being carted off. So their left guard, Jared Wilson, left injured in his ankle. And their rookie left tackle, Will Campbell, had a knee injury. So Wilson is week to week. That's a high ankle sprain. And Campbell's going to be placed on IR, we expect. It's an MCL sprain. So these are huge losses. The defense held the Bengals to 3 of 13 on 3rd down, offered them 1 red zone attempt. Patriots finished with 1 sack, 6 quarterback hits. Marcus Jones returned a pick 33 for a touchdown. Karis Tonga had a chest injury. He's listed as questionable. So is Schooler, their safety, with an ankle injury. Take it away for us, Troy. Our Monday nighter, Giants Patriots.
This is definitely a Monday Night Football game that I'm going to have to sit with for a while, because I do think we're going to see line movement. I think I'm looking at the market right now, the cash flow, and I just can't believe that 87% of bets, 83% of cash are what? Jameis Winston catches a touchdown pass. Now everybody, the entire public, every single person wants in on the New York Giants. I just feel like we're going to see this market drastically change from here until first kick. And if the Patriots had the Bills on deck without this bye week, I'd probably be looking towards the Giants. But seeing all this public action, the public sentiment on this Giants team, I don't think their offensive, what they were able to do offensively, is a repeatable offensive performance. And I think defensively, they dealt with the quarterback that, and just as, I don't know, I thought they really, really made the Lions struggle. I mean, what was the Lions' success rate? I know I called it out earlier. Look, I have all these different weeks up at the same time, but I can't imagine that this Giants team is going to be able to perform as good on offense or defense. It's just a game I'm going to need more time to sit with here. The Giants held the Lions to about a league average 46% success rate. I don't have very much on this game, and it's because I got so caught up in all the action from earlier. So I just need more time to let this matchup simmer.
And do we expect Jameis to get another shot?
I do. I do think Jameis gets another shot. I think that's what the people want to see. They know they don't have any playoff hopes. They're not playing at home where, they'll put more fans in the seats if, their rookie quarterback was starting. However, they're on the road for this game. They have no chance for the playoffs. I don't know. I think Jameis starts. I don't think they're going to want to risk their rookie quarterback.
He wants to play.
Of course he does. He's a gamer, man.
And we won't get the injury report till Thursday, right? Because this is a Monday nighter. So we won't know tomorrow.
Do you know, and famous Jameis just put up ridiculous numbers. I think he was the highest graded behind Stafford, the highest PFF grade. His under pressure metrics were just off the charts. It's just a performance that is a letdown spot, in my opinion.
It's not poor weather, Rose. 39 Fahrenheit at this point, mostly cloudy, 8-mile-per-hour winds. I want to get under this number. I think it's too high. Do you feel that way at all here? I mean, looking at these optics, we have the Giants coming off of a game with 61 points being scored. Patriots coming off a game where 46 points were scored. The Patriots are going to dictate the pace in this game. And the Patriots offense isn't, this isn't Brady to Moss.
My issue with betting the unders in Patriots game is they haven't been able to run the football successfully. So it just puts them in passing situations. It leads to more explosive plays. And one of the reasons why I was on the over in the Patriots-Jets game, which I think should have went over, it didn't, was because I figured that both teams were going to have to pass the ball significantly more because the Patriots can't run the ball efficiently. Now, you could say, well, everyone runs the ball efficiently on the Giants. So, yeah.
It's the worst rush defense in the NFL.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
And also the Patriots deep rush defense is 21st. They have the 5th ranked pass defense. I mean, part of the idea of trying to attack this under was that there was going to be a lot of running.
Yeah, I could definitely. You can make a strong case, X's and O's for the under.
I think it continues to drop too. That's I think I'm getting a nice high number at 46.5.
Jeez,
and you're selling the Giants offense high. And also, one thing that we talk about when a young quarterback watches, that it's better, I believe, psychologically for the young quarterback to watch like average pedestrian play or poor play. When a young quarterback watches what Jameis did last Sunday, I think that might mess with him a little bit. I don't think it's helpful to watch how good Winston looked.
Yeah, I want to be on the Patriots, to be honest, in this game. I want to be on the Patriots. And that's probably where I'll end up. And I'll be happy if I get a 6.5. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a Patriots 6.5. I'm probably be on the Patriots double result.
Yeah,
I'm
double result.
Confident as we currently sit. Double result, maybe money line parlay. I do like the fact that this is such a high total and it's moving to the over. The history of this market, the last 6 games where we've seen a market like this, the home team's won by 18 points on average, and not one of these games are below 15 or below 13. So you have a 15-point win, 13-point win, 15-point win, 21, 25, 23. These are hammer spots.
But to clarify, you have this moving to the over?
I have this moving to the over, yeah.
From what book? What site's showing you that? I don't have any showing that.
Oh, ooh. You're right. What is this? This is just a glitch where it opened at 44.
Yeah, if you're looking at a look ahead.
But
that look ahead was strange because I saw that one. That's from an offshore that we think is very sharp. But that didn't really make sense because 5 minutes later it was 47.5. It's not a real.
I would not. Yeah, I'd take that back.
Yeah. I'd take it back. So if it is slightly moving to the under, what does that do to the efficiency database? Is it bad?
It's bad. It's bad. It favors the over
because it's slightly moving to the under at a high total.
At a high total. And not below 47.
So if it gets to below 47, that's good?
It starts looking better, yeah.
Okay, because it's 46.5 in almost all the books.
Yeah, I think, and if it keeps heading that way, that's only going to be favorable. Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm going to move on this. I think it's too many points. I think I can sell the Giants offense high. And
if the Patriots can establish the run, you're right, this is heading towards 40. This is a 47 juice to the under.
Yeah, and I think that the pace is completely dictated by the Patriots.
Yeah.
All right, I think I'm going to move on it. But does the line change if Dart's announced in? I don't think it will. In fact, I mean, the Giants are a better team with Dart at quarterback, but they're not a higher scoring team.
Yeah, I don't think so. Right. I don't think we see much change.
And Dougie sees a low-scoring game too. So at this point, you think that this could move through the 7? I don't think it does. I think the Patriots stay above 7, but you're hoping they do?
Yeah, I'm hoping maybe I can get a 6.5.
Okay. Because it did move from 7.5 to 7 at a very sharp book here tonight at 6:39 p.m. So you're right.
It opened at 7, got up to 7.5, back down to 7. But I doubt it continues to move that way, to be honest. And if this public sentiment, if it stays on the Giants, I'm going to be on the Patriots as well. But I do like the underlook.
So we have 73% of tickets, 81% of cash at odds logic on the Patriots. And then over at Action, I just want to see this here. We have
you have to see it for yourself.
87% of the tickets and 83% of cash on the Giants. And we believe that that's more of the public sentiment. If that's the case, if the Giants are a public side, we'll hammer the Patriots. But
And what did you say, Odds Logic, you had cash flow? Sorry, you
very
repeated.
different. They have the Patriots 73% of the tickets and 81% of the cash. And Circa's holding a 7.5. Almost all of them are. And have not moved the line over that. This is one of those things like the Packers, Vikings. If this sits here at 7.5 and the public's on the other side, we know what to do.
Yeah. Yep.
Dougie White says, why would the Giants be public? Because of what everybody just saw last week.
And the week before.
Yeah, I mean,
they took the Packers and the Lions down to the wire.
Yeah, they did an impressive fashion. And this is being that was an underwhelming 26-20 victory at the Bengals. I mean, Drake may look bad for a quarter, and I love the way he got his shit together.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at that. Rose says New York Giants covered versus Dallas, Philly, and Detroit and pushed with Green Bay. Yeah, no, the public's been making money on the Giants, and I just cashed their team total over in their last game as well. That is our show for Wednesday, November 26th. This is a huge Thanksgiving week of action here. Hope everybody watching has an incredible Thanksgiving. If you want to take a break from the family, you join us for a triple header live stream all day, night, Thursday. Troy Torrence, review your action for week 13.
Today, I don't think I made any additions today. So I started off with my strongest, most confident play is the Packers +3. Got 2 units on it for blended line of -127, -125 for the shows. That's what it was offered at. Packers money line +125. The Packers +9, Chiefs +3.5 teaser. I got the Bengals +7, -108. I have some interest in the Chiefs. I haven't gotten there yet. Colts double result. I'll probably be adding more to that position. +110. Browns +6.5 at -110. Just a fantastic number. Wish I had the under in that game. The Browns first half +3.5, -120. The Jaguars team total under 24.5. I should put asterisks around that side because I kind of want the Titans. And the Panthers Rams first half over 22.5.
We got action coming in from everybody. Londo sharing his entire card. Thank you, Londo. Your bullishness on the Packers and your very heavy interest in the Chiefs has messed me up for these first 2 games. And, we are not far away from kickoff, 32 hours. So I got a lot of thinking to do about those 2 spots. But I am going to move on these unders in Cincinnati, Baltimore tonight. And I like your Bengals +7. With Burrow coming back, I mean, everyone's going to be so excited about it.
I know. That's the massive issue with that. I get it.
But it makes sense. It's just I like to fade excitement. But it makes sense. I'm going to move on those unders, though. Then the Bears-Eagles, I'm going to move on unders and the Eagles double result here. Then I've hammered this Niners-Browns game. Now, hammered 1.5 units on each, but, getting up there for me in that one. And, $1,350 on those 3 bets. Browns +6, San Francisco, Cleveland, first half under 20.5, and the full game under 40 at -110. And then I can't take the first half now. I should have done it, though. It's just moving. Troy getting a 3.5. Now it's 2.5. I can't mess. Now we'll see if it goes back to 3, possibly. The under is in Jacksonville, Tennessee, and possibly the Titans. Troy's on the Jaguars team total under 24.5. So if he cashes in, I'm going to cash. Then the Colts and the under in Colts Texans. I'm not sure if it's double result in following Troy with that. It might just be, but it's a pretty nice buy low spot getting them inside. I think we wait to see what this line does with Saints Dolphins because we know 6 is the key number. Does it go up to 6.5, 7? Because Dolphins then probably double result. Does it move down to 5.5, 5 until the Saints are live? We must wait and see. We'll continue to talk about it. Unders. I'm going to join Troy in that unders in Atlanta, New York. I double up on my unders first half and full game, and I don't split a unit. Then Arizona, Tampa, we've stayed off at this point. I slow down, but Rams, Panthers, overs. I got to study that longer. I don't know if I move on that tonight. And then I have some interest in the Panthers. Vikings, Seahawks, we have no action at this point. Then Buffalo, Pittsburgh. I really liked unders before I got a little caught up in the Bills injury report. I'm still interested in the unders. If it moves towards the under with these guys being hurt, I think I just let it go. The Chargers Raiders is such a fascinating game. It's going to take more time for me. The unders and if this, I'm going to not move on Washington, but if this stays at 6.5 with Mariota in, I know exactly what to do. And that's bet Washington uncomfortably and hate it, but do it. And then I'm interested in the unders. I'm going to decide if I'm going to move tonight on the unders. And then the Giants Patriots, I'm moving on the unders tonight. I'm not going to move. I may move on the Patriots double result. I'm going to study that tonight, but I'm definitely going to move on the under. That is our show for today. Thank you guys for joining us. Troy Torrence off yet another monster week. 14-6 plus 7.33 units. Having the finest season that I've ever seen in the National Football League. Up 64.87 units. ROI plus 22.92%. Average line minus 105. Hitting at 62.5%. And we must keep it going, Troy. But you are leading by example and inspiring all of us. So keep up the great work. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for letting me sit here for 4 hours here on these shows and never, ever making me feel like I'm taking too long. And it means a ton to me that we can just hammer and hammer and hammer these spots. Please follow Troy Torrence on X and support our guy, Troy. I'm going to pop his X handle here in the chat. Troy, any last words here for the Cappers supporting the show? And let me just shout out you guys in the chat, Rose Putt, Donut Silks, Dougie Wise, Omer, Harold Williams, Luke Burrow, The Goracle, Aaron Gaza. Thank you for those gifts, the gifted memberships. It means a ton to us. Luke Burrow, you get that $1,000, man. You get the Harbor Acres Cottages bonus. Jared TG, thank you. Harold Williams, Brant, San Francisco 49er, Sky Dragon, Man Bear Pig, Urban Pope. So many of you guys are so supportive. I wish I'd give you all a shout out. And thank you to our producer, Jose Bouquet, my man. Troy, take us home.
Man, this was one of I've struggled with this slate. It's because every game I kept going to, I kept making corollary, points, parallels back to the Packers-Lions spot. And I just kept coming back to one and handicap that game for some reason. This was a struggle. Every week it is. Jimmy the Bag. I don't know how you're going to wake up tomorrow and do it. Betting with the bag as efficiently as you're going to do it tomorrow. What you do is incredible. Everybody in the community, on behalf of everybody in the community, I thank you. I thank Jose Bouquet in the background. Nobody, he deserves a lot of credit. And everybody in the chat, this entire damn community, I say it every week, and I truly believe it. Truly mean it from the bottom of my heart. It's the reason why I'm so damn salty. I'm not going to Palooza this year. And it's, it's everybody in the chat. It's the family we built. It's the community we got, which is truly the best in the damn industry. Whether you want to call it, call it what it is. You got sharp cappers and you got, you got a little bit of a family in here, and you really get that feeling. But that doesn't take first place. That doesn't take priority. What takes priority is winning. And winning and winning and winning and continuing to go 1-0. Every time you make a damn bet, you got to go 1-0. So as always, there's only one thing left to do here in week 13, and that's to go out there and let's say those bookmakers.